네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 워터서울 2021 국제 컨퍼런스 2일차 날에도 함께 해주신 여러분 진심으로 환영합니다. 어제 이어서 사회를 맡은 저는 김경미 아나운서입니다. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Kyung-mi, your MC for 2021 Water Seoul International Conference following yesterday. Good to see you again. 네, 2일차 컨퍼런스 역시 코로나19 상황을 고려해서 유튜브 채널을 통해서 실시간으로 중계가 되고 있습니다. 오늘도 많은 분들께서 함께 해주고 계시는데요. 먼저 감사의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. The second day of the 2021 Water Seoul International Conference is being live streamed on YouTube. Many people are participating in this event as well as yesterday. Thank you very much. 네, 오늘 행사는 1일차에서 다룬 세계적 우수 사례들을 바탕으로 구체적인 서울시 물관리 정책과 기술의 적용 방안에 대해서 논의하기 위한 학술 발표 프로그램입니다. 오늘도 역시 물순환, 물안전, 물문화에 이렇게 3개 세션으로 진행이 되겠습니다. Today's event is an academic conference to explore ways to apply the outcomes of the global best practices we discussed yesterday to the Seoul Metropolitan Government water management policies and technologies. We have 3 sessions again: water cycle, water safety, and water culture. 네, 지금 현장에 참여하고 계신 연사분들께서는 행사가 진행이 되는 동안 마스크 착용과 충분한 거리 두기를 꼭 실천해 주시기 바랍니다. 그리고 유튜브로 시청하고 계신 여러분들께서는 실시간 댓글로 응원과 질문을 남겨주시면 저희가 50분을 추첨해서 기프티콘을 드리는 이벤트를 진행합니다. 여러분의 많은 관심과 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. 뜻깊은 자리에 마지막까지 함께해 주십시오. I would like to ask the speakers physically present at this conference to keep your mask on at all times throughout the event and maintain social distancing. If you are watching this event on YouTube, you can leave comments or encouragement or questions on the channel. Among those participants, we will choose 50 people and give them gift voucher. We'll look forward to your much support and participation. Please stay with us until the closure of this meaningful event. 자, 그럼 지금부터 세션 1을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 세션은 탄소 중립을 지향하는 물순환 도시를 주제로 도시의 물관리 전략과 기술에 관한 주제 발표와 종합 토론으로 이루어져 있습니다. This session consists of presentations and panel discussions on urban water management strategies and technologies under the theme of Water Cycle City of Carbon Neutrality. 네, 이번 세션 좌장으로 수고해 주실 분을 소개합니다. 김희영 공주대학교 교수님께서 이번 세션 이끌어 주시겠습니다. So, the Professor Kim Lee-Hyung of Kongju University will lead this session as a moderator. 네, 교수님 부탁드리겠습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Lee-Hyung, as was introduced. So I will be the moderator of the first session titled Water Cycle. Carbon neutral societies are key topics all around the world these days. And we will look at how water cycle of cities can contribute to carbon neutrality. We have 3 renowned speakers today. First, from UCLA, distinguished professor Michael Stenstrom. And he's actually doing a lot of research at the IWA in the United States. He will be talking about the cases in the United States, especially LA. Next, we also have researcher Hae-Jin of the KEI. She will also look into the key factors on how the government is implementing comprehensive water management. And last but not least, we also have a PhD, Mr. Jong-Soo from the Land and Housing Institute. He's also one of the experts in the field. He will be talking about the climate change responses through rainwater management in the urban area. So we have 20 minutes each for presentations, and afterwards we'll have our 3 speakers and discuss about the key factors and issues. With that, I'd like to welcome Professor Michael Stenstrom.
Well, thank you very much. I spoke yesterday, so I have the pleasure of speaking again. And I'd like to thank everyone for inviting me to Korea. I've been here a number of times. I've been blessed with lots of good Korean students, some of whom have come back to Korea and are working now. So yesterday's presentation overlaps a little bit with this one and vice versa, but I'll talk about some general things here. And some of them will relate to papers that we published. And if you would like any of those, you can send me an email. I will put my email up towards the end of the presentation. So I'm from Los Angeles. I've been there 44 years. And I know something of how things work in LA, some good and some bad. But I'll tell you about some examples and some ideas we have for progress. So we really need to talk about low carbon, because low carbon means sustainable. And what is sustainable? Well, it's living the way we want to live in the future. We have a desperate need for actions, and cities and counties can do a lot. We have some examples in the last 4 years from the United States of how the federal government fails. But in spite of that, cities like Los Angeles have made a lot of progress. And I'll talk about some specific examples, and then I'll summarize. So, sustainable is the ability to continue our society and preserve our values for this and future generations. Not just us, not just today, and to preserve this quality of life. And hopefully improve it, especially for those in developing nations. Sustainable means not depleting natural resources, using them in a conservative way. Some goals of sustainability are to improve the quality of life, provide sanitation. We heard some statistics yesterday about how many people in this world lived without reliable water sources or access to clean water. So we need to provide sewage or wastewater treatment. We have to do garbage disposal, and we really have to have healthful air, and that's often very challenging. We need clean and reliable water supplies, access to medical care. You know, the United States is supposed to be one of the more advanced nations with respect to medical care, but that's only if you can get it. There are a lot of people in the United States that really don't have good access to medical care. Affordable transportation. LA is known as kind of a motor city with lots of freeways and so forth. But I'm happy to report that we've been building a mass transit system. And as I left Los Angeles last week to come to this conference, I could look up and see the construction of the new train system into LAX. So in a year or two, you'll probably be able to get to LAX by train. You won't have to take a taxi or drive. Habitat preservation, that's really critical. We're losing it in so many places. And then we need employment for people. There's so many places in the world where there's just no employment, and that leads to really terrible results. So affordable housing, elimination of slums, guarantees for maintenance, careful energy management in housing. I noticed that there's some LEED buildings as I was walking here this morning. And access to open green areas, even in the urban environment. There's research that shows that just having some open green areas in neighborhoods reduces crime and provides other benefits. It's not clear why that happens, but it's clear that it does happen. Reliable, less polluting transportation. I'm really impressed with how many electric cars we have in Los Angeles now. And UCLA converted the top of one entire parking lot to a charging station for cars. Maybe 50 or 100 electric cars can be charged there. And we need to preserve historical, cultural, and religiously important sites. That goes without saying. So 75% of the people on Earth live in cities, but less than 2% of the land is devoted to cities. Therefore, 75% of the people are living on 2% of the land. and that creates congestion, density, none of which are good for sustainability. Cities and urban areas are the forefront or the front lines for the quest for sustainability and low-carbon society. And megacities such as Mexico City, and I've been there a few times, they create conditions that are simply shocking to observers like me. I suppose the residents there get used to it, but when I travel there, I'm always reminded of how bad things can get, and I'm encouraged to follow better policies for other cities. So poverty is the enemy of sustainability, and it creates knee-jerk or reckless actions to fix things. And they're not good actions. They're things that are done maybe to eliminate a short-term problem, but create long-term difficulties. And so poverty prevents environmentalism. It's hard to get people to support environmental policies when they're hungry. So Jared Diamond is a professor at UCLA, and he's written several books. And one of them is called Collapse. You may know him from his earlier, most well-known book called Guns, Germs, and Steel. But in Collapse, he talks about the collapse of societies. And he goes back to the beginning of societies like the Greenland Norse and Easter Island and so forth. And he talks about Rwanda. And it's his theory, is that Rwanda and the genocide that occurred there was because of poverty and the lack of land and sustainability. And so we have a modern example of something that happens when we have non-sustainable conditions. So the quest for low carbon sustainability goes with the goal of eliminating poverty and improving quality of life for everyone. So why low carbon? Well, we have dwindling fossil fuels. I mean, we've been talking about the oil shortages for years, and our companies have figured out ways to extract more oil from oil fields that are supposedly exhausted. So that's being continued, although it continues carbon emissions. We have environmental impacts, and rainfall patterns are going to change, more frequent and more violent weather. And I think we're seeing that in a very dramatic way right now. And all these predictions are running 10 to 20 years ahead of time. So whatever we were doing to predict effects, it seems like the error is that we were putting them farther out in the future, and they're happening almost immediately. So some redefinition of coastlines is going to occur in many places. I mean, Florida, which is not a big advocate of sustainability, if we look at sea level rise, Florida could almost disappear. And Bangladesh as a country might cease to exist with sea level rise. And there's the possibility of global conflicts, wars, over redistribution of resources. And we're going to lose lots of marine resources. Coral reefs may disappear. They don't exist so well in warmer temperatures. And we can't just expect them to move north, because it may take centuries for them to grow. And the environments in the more northern climates may not exist for them in spite of warmer water. And so sustainability that we want cannot be achieved without lowering carbon and other greenhouse gas emissions. So in my work, I've looked at the technologies that I'm familiar with, and I've tried to understand where we could remove greenhouse gas emissions. Now, this is a figure from a paper published in Environmental Engineering Science some 12 years ago. And it just shows where the contributions to global warming come from. And you can see greenhouse gas emissions are the dominant factor there. And we have soot particles from fuels in some urban heat islands. And then there's some cooling that occurs because of the albedo effect, although we don't really have a good way of predicting that or understanding it. So this is just one piece of evidence about where the global warming comes from, and that it's an anthropogenic or man-made effect, not something that's an aberration of changes. So here's a picture of predicted oil and gas production. And you can see it's going down, which is a good thing in most ways, although if you're a refiner, you're looking at the loss of your products. But hopefully we'll see the decline of carbon-based fuels. So there are plenty of alternative energy solutions. Some are not profitable at the present time, but clearly other energy sources are needed. So coal is the worst culprit. People ask me, why is it so bad for coal? And I say, well, coal is almost all carbon. So when you burn a molecule of coal, you make a molecule of CO2. If you burn a molecule of natural gas, you make a molecule of CO2, but you also get the energy from making two waters. So natural gas, while it's not carbon neutral, is much better than coal. We have nuclear power, and we have some new plants starting in the United States. It's cleaner and safer than most people currently believe, but it's not the panacea that some experts expect. The actual energy production step produces few greenhouse gases, but the uranium mining is not greenhouse gas favorable. We have a lot of stockpiles of uranium now, so we may be able to work those off. There are some new designs for nuclear reactors that have more inherent safety, and I know the Gates Foundation is funding one or more of those, and there's some others as well. So we might see a new generation of nuclear power that is intrinsically safer and that will produce fewer greenhouse gas emissions. Wind and solar offer great opportunities, and I'm proud of California's progress in both. I work with a lot of treatment plants. Treatment plants have buffer areas around them, and they're being populated with solar panels. You can see it from Google Earth. It's a great opportunity, a great use of solar panels, and the price is coming down with the greater production rates. So conservation offers significant but still limited opportunities. We've had lots of conservation, and there's no silver lining to COVID, but one of the benefits has been remote learning, remote working, and that has resulted in less energy consumption. I'm driving like maybe 1/5 the number of miles that I used to drive because most of my classes have been over Zoom in the last year. And we have some things that seem like a good thing but are perhaps not. Biofuels such as corn to ethanol, they produce something you can put in your gas tank, but it's not favorable in an energy way because the cost of making the ethanol in terms of energy can be higher than the energy that's produced. So lifestyle changes offer additional significant savings. And I've been talking to people about when we get back to normal. And I mentioned, well, the normal is not going to be the old normal. It's going to be a new normal. My wife's a radiologist. She's a professor of medicine at USC. And her job has changed from one of commuting in 20 miles every day to staying home most of the time and working in front of a big computer screen and actually being more productive. So you can't read this probably, but this talks about worldwide sources of energy. And I just put it up so you can compare some of the things like solar photovoltaics to coal. And this will help you see bits of it. So we can see that there's a lot of potential for solar photovoltaics. It requires some other challenges to be solved, such as distribution systems and storage. But I'm pleased to say that we're making progress on those. And we have some faculty at UCLA that are studying distribution systems. Because when the clouds come out, the solar energy declines and it has to be made up somewhere else. And so those are things that we're working on. So what can cities and counties do at the local level? So influencing global energy policy is beyond the capability of most cities and individuals, global energy policy. But cities and individuals can change their own behavior, and hopefully the many smaller changes can create large change. Various conservation and lifestyle modifications are possible. So this is some of the goals of Santa Monica, which is a city adjacent to Los Angeles. It's a separate city, but they have the interesting goals, and they've always been progressive. So to reduce energy uses by 16%, reduce potable water usage by 20%, and reduce solid waste volume by 50%. Achieve 50% post-consumer recycled paper, convert 75% of the vehicles to alternative fuels, reduce wastewater flow, increase trees on public property, provide 750 affordable housing units, create 3 community gardens, and create 6 hectares of new open space, and establish a grade school education program. That's one of the really important things. I mentioned yesterday that water reclamation is occurring in Orange County at a very high rate, and part of its success is that they're educating students in the early grades, like the 5th grade, on the benefits of reclamation. So the city of LA has implemented a lot of energy and water saving programs. And water conservation is one of the easier ones. And we've accomplished a lot. Low flush devices like toilets and shower heads. And we have some zero-scape for new vegetated areas, which I'll show you. And of course, we're doing wastewater recycling. Our mayor, about 2 years ago, gave the city the goal of recycling 100% of the wastewater by 2035. And we're working on that. So currently, upwards of 30% of the wastewater is recycled, and industries are replacing potable water usage with reclaimed water. And that has benefits in reliability, because in a drought, industries will lose their water, but they won't lose their reclaimed water. So we have indirect potable reclamation, where we inject water into drinking water aquifers and then pump it out later in different locations. We have some success stories at large coastal plants. The LA Barrier Project, the West Basin facility, which I talked about yesterday. LA County has many in the inland area, and Orange County has a big barrier project that's recycling more than 100 million gallons per day. And California has a special incentive for recycling, since pumping costs from Northern California for much of the water supply exceeds the energy required for reclamation. So it's energy favorable to reclaim water than to pump new sources. And our LA Department of Water and Power has done some things like creating subsidies. I was mailed a couple of LED light bulbs, and I didn't need them. I've converted all of my lights to some type of low energy spiral fluorescence or LEDs. But that's a good thing to get people moving in the direction of lower energy. Energy efficient appliances and incentives for them, like front-loading washing machines. They use less energy and less water. We also have the plans for off-peak power utilization. If you can convert your power usage to something in the middle of the night, it saves in many different ways. So what I do is I start the dishwasher before I go to bed, and I usually go to bed about midnight. So I put that power consumption in the part of the curve where it's most available. So wastewater treatment, I've studied energy consumption associated with wastewater treatment, carbon sequestration, and the environmental benefits of it. And so this is a paper we wrote. Diego Rosso is a professor at UC Irvine, a former student of mine, and that's a picture of a big treatment plant in Washington, D.C. And we've been studying the carbon footprints. How can we reduce carbon production, CO2 production from treatment plants. And I put this statement up at the bottom as if this was going to be in the presentation yesterday, but I moved some of the things around at the request of the management here. But these papers are available. Some of them are available online. Others you can email me and I'll send them to you. And so this is a figure I published in 1988. And how many years ago was that? That's about 25 years ago. And I call this the UCLA tree because this was one of my early stormwater projects. And it shows an asphalt impervious parking lot, and we have many of those. And this is a kind of a green belt next to it where we direct the runoff instead of directly into a storm drain where it exits to the ocean, into some sort of green area where there's soil and opportunities for penetration. And then there's a safety overflow at the back. And so we didn't have much progress on this. People said, what is that crazy professor at UCLA telling us what to do? Why do we want to do this? Well, we're beginning to see some examples of these sorts of things. This is Xeriscape, a lawn that needs very little water and is a really good idea for places like Southern California, Arizona, and New Mexico. This is my first example of my UCLA tree. And we can see the parked cars on the side of the road. And there's a conduit that's under the red area that you see there that goes into these green belts, and you can see the plants growing. And it goes all the way down the street. And that's a great way of reducing runoff, which helps with flood control. It helps with creating green areas, which I've said have other benefits. And it, in some cases, will help groundwater supplies. And here's an example from Korea. This is a project that my former student, Dr. Kim, worked on. And this is permeable pavement. And so some of the liquid, the rainwater, percolates in and reduces the amount of runoff. And we have lots of different types of permeable pavements. And in LA, we're making driveways and backyard patios and so forth from permeable pavements to try to reduce the runoff and create more infiltration. And this is another example from Dr. Kim's studies, which is a filter, a biofilter. So the water penetrates the rock beds, goes through the biofilter, and then comes out much cleaner. So our conclusions are that low carbon emissions come with sustainability and vice versa. Major changes in the way we produce energy will be needed. And since I wrote this PowerPoint up a couple of years ago, I'm pleased to see that we've made a lot of progress in this direction. To augment these changes, we can modify the way we live. And I mentioned that there's no silver lining for COVID, but we can look and we can find some benefits, such as learning that we can work remotely and we don't need to commute so much, which saves time and reduces energy consumption. And it will also reduce wastewater. So developed nations have an obligation to help less developed nations. And we published a paper in Chemosphere that suggested that developed nations could build treatment plants in undeveloped areas, claim the greenhouse gas reduction credits, and provide sanitation. And dollar for dollar, that would reduce greenhouse gases more than projects in the United States. So sane leadership at the federal level is essential. And I'm sorry that we lost that for 4 years in the United States, but we're getting it back. So here's a reason to act, the future. So thank you very much, and I'll be glad to take questions at the appropriate time.
And valuable knowledge from your experiences. 방금 이제 마이클 스탠스트롬 교수님께
Professor Stenstrom also talked about sustainability and the best cases within LA. In particular, I think the usage of water is a usage of energy, and so they all go hand in hand. And of course, the usage of wastewater and having that goal of reusing water and wastewater by 100% by 2035 is probably an ambitious goal that we also need to benchmark. He also mentioned that water management is the correct management for cities. And next, we'll also move on to the next presenter, talking about comprehensive water management and how the comprehensive water management will contribute to the national water cycle.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hae-Jin from KEI. Today, I'm going to talk about directions and policies on national water cycle management for integrated water management. Just like other countries, I'm not sure about other countries, water quantity and water cycle management were separately managed by different government agencies. But in 2018, we started to make a unified approach. So the Ministry of Environment is the main entity to take care of it. So in order to plan water and manage water, we established National Water Cycle Management Plan. So we have a national water management plans, and under that plan, we established national water cycle management. So why did we adopt this water cycle management policy, and what kind of project and initiatives we have under that strategy? First of all, let me talk about the first National Water Management Plan. The first National Water Management Plan is the legally mandated water management plan of the highest level. It presents visions, and it also presents the strategies. So it is a 10-year plan, and the scope of the plan is the whole nation. Since this is the basic water management plan, it encompasses a wide array of areas. And after that, we established four major river basin water management plans. And it also includes how we can do it specifically. It also includes financial plans. So what is the legally mandated water management plan of the highest level? We have many different plans, but this legally mandated water management plan of the highest level means that if you have any plans on water, deliberation committee will determine if those plans are in line with the legally mandated water management plan of the highest level. So basic vision is that we need to manage water for nature and humanity. So under this vision, we established sound strategies. So what is sound water cycle management? So normally in urban areas, we thought that sound water cycle management is bringing the conditions back to the original natural conditions. But the national water cycle management is to strike the balance between the artificial development and the humanity and nature. So this plan puts nature before humanity, because we want to stress the importance on nature, because so far we have focused so much on people. So we have three goals, which is promoting health of river basin communities, ensuring availability of water for future generations, and manage water for public safety in the era of climate crisis. Then what is the water cycle management? There's a rainfall, and it runs to the streams. So how do we manage this? What does this mean? So there are all kinds of elements in the entire water cycle. So we need to manage all these elements in an integrated manner. So let me talk about this in terms of policy. Why do we need to consider everything environmentally? So because rivers are drying right now, and also there's a lot of runoff, and there's a heat island effects, and there's increasing risk of flooding. So there are environmental pressures that require water cycle management. And also, water management is facing more challenges due to climate crisis. So because of the impact of climate change, risks of flooding is increasing, and also heat waves are expected to increase, and also there is projections that floods will increase in the future as well. In a hypothetical simulation, if the drought that happened in 1994 happens again in the future in a more frequent way, then there will be depletion of water, and there will be a lot of water shortages. So we need to come up with a dramatic solution to this. And there are socio-economic factors that demand water cycle management. So the impervious cover is increasing, and also there's a lot of housing areas, and there are national plans to provide housing. So if there's a new housing areas to be created, from where we can supply water to these new communities? And also there's a less finance and less funding for water management, but in reality, the budgets for water management are decreasing. So in consideration of all the factors, economic and social and environmental, we need to manage water in a comprehensive and integrated manner. And also there's a policy factors. So now the Ministry of Environment is the single entity who is making a unified approach to water management. And in Korea, we have a Korean New Deal policy, and also the government declared carbon neutrality by 2050. And also there were initiatives for recovering nature. All these policies are centered on humanity, but now there are signs that we need to focus on nature. So it was a compartmented approach, but now we have a single unified approach to manage water in an integrated manner. And also we need to expand the scope of water cycle management from urban water cycle to the water cycle of the entire basins. So we need to manage the non-point pollutant sources in a comprehensive manner. What is the national water cycle management? Again, I want to emphasize that we need to consider all the elements in the entire water cycle and establish integrated plans and comprehensive plans. So at many multi-levels and considering many factors, for example, carbon neutrality and efficiency, we need to establish strategies and plans. And we also need to create cooperative governance in managing and implementing this. And also, when we implement these policies and plans, the people should be able to feel the benefits. And also, the budgets should be provided for that, and each entity should take responsibility for implementing these policies. And we had city-based water cycle management plans, but we didn't have the national water cycle management. So in terms of managing water in an integrated manner, we established this. And we need to work together and collaborate with many relevant entities. That way, we can evaluate the weak points in many different areas. And also, we need to consider sustainability in evaluating the relevant project and plans. So for comprehensive and integrated water management plans, we had to have some legal foundations. So in the past, it was managed by the rural community level and urban communities. It was all compartmented, but we integrated all. So when it comes to managing water in cities, it was mainly focused on impervious cover. So we were focusing on reducing LID before, but in the future, we need to consider many other factors, for example, including green areas. So green infras and existing infras should be integrated and combined. And also we need to make the local governments to take more responsibility. That is a Green New Deal. And we also talk about water neutrality. So when you use water, it will impact the environment. So it's called a net zero water. So we need to minimize the amount of water that we take from the water sources. So in buildings, in industries, in cities, we need to achieve this. So Coca-Cola is a good example. So to make 1 liter of Coke, they used 1.9 liters of water. And in rural areas, we need to manage water cycle. But you might say in rural communities, there's no impervious cover. But now the focus is not only just the impervious cover. Even in rural communities, people use water. But actually, water cycle is very sound in rural communities, but there are some distortions. So we need to develop the water cycle management projects that befit rural communities. So when we use energy, the energy is used because to distribute water, a lot of energy is needed to pump water. By using energy, the greenhouse gas emissions are occurring. But by using the least amount of water, we can reduce carbon emissions. And also from water, we can create energy, just like solar power energy. And there are areas related to water, so we need to increase the areas that can absorb carbons. So all these acts and factors should be considered, but it's very difficult. In order to do that, we need a lot of data. So using smart technology in the fourth industrial era, we are collecting data. So we need to use many different data, spatial data, time data. And by using digital twin water cycle model, we need to run simulations. So we need to digitalize the existing SOCs. Not only experts and the government take responsibility of this, we also need to think about the possible benefits of doing this job. So for the next 10 years, we are going to implement these strategies. So the plans will be implemented. So in June, we approved the National Water Management Plans. So every year, we are going to evaluate the progress in implementing the plan. And also, we will make all compartmentalized plans more efficient. And we will invest and inject funds and budgets in proper areas. So for this, we established plans. Thank you for listening.
네,
Thank you very much. Dr. Han, regarding the National Water Management Plan, she emphasized the importance of water cycle management and carbon neutrality and water management. The people and nature should coexist. For that purpose, water cycle management should be introduced. So she presented Korea's national water management strategy and plan in that regard. The next presenter is the expert in rainwater management.
도시 우리 세종시의
So he will be talking about the water cycle in Seoul City, and so that's why he'll talk about the rainwater management in the urban area. Hello. So it would have been nice if we could have seen each other face to face, but nevertheless, it's a great honor to be here. So I will be looking into a bit more of a detailed scope about how the urban area can implement these policies and plans. So autumn is known to be a very beautiful season with high skies, but we've had a lot of rainfall this year. It should be something that's welcomed, but not so much in the autumn. So if you have any questions for our online audience, please post them up and on the YouTube channel. If you have any other questions, I'll also put up my email address so that you can ask away. So what do you think of when it rains? Some people think about their past lovers, but we looked at the survey, and a lot of Koreans either think about makgeolli, the rice wine, or coffee. So 34% is actually the increase in sales when there is rain. And of course, it's a question mark for coffee because I haven't been able to see some concrete figures for the increase in sales of coffee. So I also think about these graphs. This is before the development of the city and after the development of the city. It looks at how much rainfall there has been. This is pre-development in the bottom, and then the darker blue is post-development. Of course, after development, you have more impervious ground and surfaces. So we also need to do flood control, so that's why we have rivers, storm sewers, detention ponds, and drainage pumps. A couple of decades ago, it wasn't a big problem, but recently, with the red dotted line with climate change, we have torrential rains and school showers. And suddenly, lots of rain come down in just a couple of hours or even minutes. And in July of 2011, we had 107 millimeters per hour. This was unprecedented and something that was not anticipated. So if we were to go with our conventional methods, we have to have more drainage pumps, storm sewers. However, with an urban area, we can't develop that further. So let's look at the Seoul case. In 1962, before we had urbanization, and in 2010. As we have expected, before development in 1962, about 10% would be a surface runoff, and 45% would go underground, and then the other 43% or so would evaporate. However, now the surface runoff is 51.9%. Over half is a runoff. And so that's why whenever there is a lot of rain, it floods. And because of the runoff, then we all suffer from droughts because there hasn't been any penetration into the ground. And there's no kind of evaporation, and there's no cooling off either. So that's why we turn on the air conditioning even more. As a result, we have more carbon dioxide emitted and greenhouse gases. And something that goes hand in hand is the minimizing of green spaces. I live in Seoul right now, but let's look at the map. Let's go on a time machine and go back to the 1980s and then come back to present day. From 1980 to now, let's look at different green patches within Seoul. The red is the urbanization area, and the greener it is, you have green space. The yellow parts is farmland, and the blue is water. So this is 1980s. You have to see how urbanization develops. This is 90s, 2000s, 2010s. So about 3-4 years ago. You already have in red the Seoul city center, and then it's all spreading. This is still progressing because the red spots are all spreading out towards the outer skirts of the area. So with a lot of rainwater and with a lot of runoff, you don't have any cooling off of evaporation as well as surface penetration. We started our meteorological monitoring since 1907, and we have all of the data except for 1950. So the the gray is the average temperature, and then the blue graph is the minimum temperature. So you can see over the last century, you see the temperature rising. When I made this graph, I thought that the maximum temperature per year would start to increase for summer. If you look, you have about 35 degrees Celsius. However, for the past 110 years, there hasn't been that much of a difference. Let's look at the minimum temperature. In 1907, the lowest was maybe minus 20 degrees Celsius. However, it surged. And then in 1919, it was maybe negative 12 degrees or so. And you could actually see in the wintertime that the Korean peninsula became hotter. But in the summer, we actually feel that it's becoming hotter. Why is it? So this is heat wave days and tropical night days in Seoul. So heat wave days is over 33 degrees Celsius, and tropical night days is 23 degrees Celsius at night. So we looked from 1907 to 2020. And looking at the graph, from the 1980s, you can see that the graph is increasing. But in fact, if you go back to the 1940s, you had even more heat wave days, and there's a higher peak then. This is the number of heat wave days. So maybe 30 to 40 days have higher temperatures of 33 degrees Celsius. So with in the year 2000s, you have an increase in the heat wave days. But then let's look at the tropical night days as well. If it's hot in the day, of course, it's going to be hot in the night as well. I ended at 1970 because before that, the pattern is different. After urbanization from 1970 to 2020, if you had heat wave days, then you had tropical night days. However, before 1970, it's not that pattern. You don't have the tropical night days, even if you have the heat wave days. In fact, the city buildings actually absorb the heat, and then at nighttime, they release that heat into the city. But before 1970s, you could actually have cooler nights because there weren't any of those buildings to absorb the heat. I think that you'll be able to see the similar pattern in the outskirts, in the suburbs like Kongju or Yangpyeong. And you also see the annual precipitation in Seoul from 1907 to 2020. Then, what kind of rain do we have? Is it the frequency that's increasing, or is it the actual volume and the strength of the rain? So you have different levels, greater than 30 millimeters, greater than 80 millimeters, and greater than 100 millimeters. The one on the top is the smallest, greater than 30 millimeters. If you go out in the morning and then you have light rain and it still rains until you come back home, then that's maybe greater than 30 millimeters. But that is actually decreasing from 2010 onwards. But what's increasing is greater than 100 millimeters. You can't even see that during the monsoon season. It's really when it's a torrential rain or when it's storms. And you can see that the increase is quite high compared to 1970 to the latter half of the 2000s. You have maybe 3, 4, 5 torrential rain incidents per year. So greater than 30 millimeters is something that's accessible for the city. The city can absorb all of it. However, greater than 100 millimeter rains is something that creates floods. Most of the sewage drainage pipes were built in 1970s or 80s. They really did not have torrential rains or storms, so many storms back then. Based on that, we have the infrastructure, and now it's becoming a shortfall for us to accommodate all of the rain with the infrastructure of the past. Now, then what will happen in the future? On the left, you have things that are increasing, heat waves, floods, droughts. If you leave it be, then it will continue on in a linear way. There's also things that are decreasing: surface water, groundwater, and green space. If we do not act, this will not change. So we need a turning point. So rainwater is a great asset for us. However, rainwater has never been treated in the way that is something of a valuable or a precious resource. So with the sewage and drainage, the goal of it was to drain the water, rainwater, or whether it's sewage. So we started our recycling since 1995. I think that we're one of the countries that do it very well nowadays. But if we do that, we can actually have the amount of garbage that is put underground. And I believe that that's also the case for rainwater. We need to be able to reuse the rainwater. We only collect it and throw it away. So this is the LID, or the low impact development methods. So it's not about the high-tech IT technologies that look into electronic goods, but it's more of a different kind of environmental technology that we need. It's kind of like applying the recycling method to water. So I categorize the different areas where you have rainwater with the roads as well as the underground and the green patches. The roads is usually where you have the surface runoff, but it's very difficult to treat the rainwater on these pavements. So a more aggressive or proactive way is to spray water for cooling fog. But this actually has a great effect. You can't actually use wastewater on this, but still you have the cooling system. And for pavements, the permeable pavements are usually just used on the pedestrian roads, but in Sejong City, we're actually using the permeable pavements on the roads. And next, you also have the parking lots. We can also use the entire area and can change it over to permeable paving, but of course that incurs a lot of costs. So we can only use little bits and pieces and patches and turn it into permeable paving. This is one of the cases from our institute at Land and Housing. This is when there was a lot of rain. What looks very glassy is the pavement, and the other part that looks a little dry is the permeable pavement. This shows that water is actually seeping through. You can also manage rainwater in the buildings and on the sides of the buildings as well. This is called the green curtains. It's kind of like an umbrella for the building. This actually adds to decreasing the building's temperature by 15 degrees. And you can also make use of the rooftops. What is the effect of this? I probably will tell you that the overall aesthetics and horticulture will change. This is before on the left-hand side. You only had concrete and pavements. But then on the right-hand side, you see a lot of greens and even pink with flowers. So with floods reduction, you can have a 10 to 20% decrease. And as for temperature, you can also have an effect of 1.4 degrees Celsius. So these are some of the greatly added effects. Let's look a little bit more into detail. This is during the peak days of summer, and we looked at how the temperature falls when you spray water on it. This is with the temperature thermal camera. It's about 45 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius. Let's now spray water on it, and then let's see how the temperature changes after 20 to 40 minutes. Right after you spray water, of course, it goes down. For 20 minutes, 40 minutes, let's take a look. And as the temperature passes, yes, the elapsed time is maybe 2 hours and 30 minutes. It also comes back to its original temperature. We sprayed the water at 2 p.m. and you had about 15 degrees that fell. Afterwards, with 4 hours, then it starts to climb back up. But then afterwards, it's not when the sun is at its peak, so it will be a little bit better. So if we just spray water during the peak hours of the day in the summertime on the roads or in the parking lot, we'll be able to reduce the temperature, and we also have added benefits of cleaning the roads from dust and particles. So here you have number 1, 2, and 3 when you had the water being sprayed. Red and green have differences in the graphs, but the red is asphalt paving and green is permeable paving. So as you can see, the increase of the temperature is a bit more frequent with the red graph, and with the green graph, it consistently is a bit more cooler. This is the last slide for me. If we use LID or permeable surfaces to respond to climate change, a lot of people or critics say that it's very difficult to maintain. This is our building. When we built the building in 2017, we took a picture every couple of months, 3 or 4 months. This is 2017, July, and this is September of 2017. And then as time passes, this is winter time. Of course, it all died out. That's why a lot of people say, you know, this is terrible for maintenance. We have to replant all of these once again in the spring. This was April or March in 2018. Then you see the green patches becoming live again, and again in July, and in autumn. Of course, they died out, but people no longer worried about it. We still are maintaining the green patches, and that was June, July 2021. Of course, not all of it was maintained as it was. However, with the permeable surfaces, you have better aesthetics, you have the cooling functions, and of course, the green patches. If you have any questions or if you need more details, please drop me an email. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Choi. I think that he is truly the expert in rainwater management, talking about the changes in urbanization and seasonal changes of the LID facilities. And now we have finished the presentations. We have about 10 minutes for the panel discussion. So let's just freely discuss with each other. You can ask questions to each other as well. So as the moderator, I'd like to ask the first couple of questions. We talked about water cycles and how to achieve carbon neutrality through the water cycles. So ultimately, it's about water usage, water management. That's the same as energy consumption and energy management. So we looked at the LA and Santa Monica cases and how important carbon neutrality is important for the Korean nation was talked about by our 2 Korean panelists. So here are just questions.
Questions to you. You mentioned about wastewater recycling rate in Los Angeles. It was 30% right now. And you said it will be increased more in the future until 2035. And then do you have any more strategy to increase wastewater recycling rate in LA County?
Yes. One of the big projects is the West Basin, and the Hyperion treatment plant, which is our major treatment plant, is undergoing some modernization to produce more reclaimed waters. And those will go into what's called indirect potable. For myself, I am favoring more distributed reclamation systems. So for example, we did a study of reclamation in, say, the Hollywood Hills. And if we want to produce reclaimed water at Hyperion, which is at the coast, the power required to pump the water back to this other location is as much as treatment. So I'm advocating that we build satellite plants at locations where we need to reclaim the water, where there's a reclamation need, and build the plants there. And that's a change in the paradigm from big, large regional plants. And it requires a slightly different way of thinking, but I believe it's a more sustainable, better alternative in the long run. And we've been doing this in sort of a limited fashion over the years, because in my presentation yesterday, I showed plants that are inland that produce reclaimed water that are 30 or 40 miles, or maybe 70 or 80 kilometers from the ocean. And so we're producing those reclaimed waters inland where they need to be used. And it has other benefits, that it reduces the size of the sewers. So those are two ideas that I have. And the other thing I'd like to say, which I might have said yesterday, is that if we're going to produce reclaimed waters, we have to have advanced treatment systems like reverse osmosis and so forth. But for those to be most effective, what we have to do is optimize the biological treatment as much as we possibly can, because that will result in lower overall cost and energy, producing the best reclaimed water for further treatment through reverse osmosis.
Okay, thank you very much. And also one more questions about city of Seoul. We have a very big centralized wastewater treatment plant. We have only 4 big wastewater treatment plants. So which is very difficult to reuse that wastewaters in city areas. And how? And then can I ask how many wastewater treatment plants in Los Angeles County or City of Los Angeles, and how are they trying to increase that recycling rate? And also, how the decentralized wastewater treatment plant is it really needed in Seoul City?
Well, I don't know specifically about Seoul City. I've done some studies here on the Han River, but your situation with one big central plant is similar to what we have in a lot of places, in that in former times, the one large central plant was the most economical solution and protected the environment. But now we need to build satellite plants when we can. And in Los Angeles, there's 2 big agencies. The city of LA has 4 treatment plants. The big one at Hyperion at the coast, 2 inland plants. And the 2 inland plants already pretty much achieve 100% reclamation. And it's because they're in areas where the reclamation is really needed and can be used. And for the most part, the reclamation is for uses that don't require the highest quality, like irrigating golf courses and dust control and industrial reuse. So that's an example. The Los Angeles County Sanitation District has 10 treatment plants, and they're in a network of several single plants, but about 6 of them are in a network that can share. And so they provide reclaimed water in inland areas as far as 70 kilometers from the ocean. So I think there's some success stories there, and I've alluded to those, although if anybody wants more information about them, I'll be happy to provide it, and even to the point of maybe sponsoring some field trips to Los Angeles after COVID is mostly overcome.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. 그러면 이제 제가 한혜진 박사에게
Now I'd like to ask question to Dr. Hae-Jin. In water cycle management and carbon neutrality is very important for a national water management plan. In Seoul, carbon neutrality through water management might have direct ways and indirect ways. In terms of water management, indirect and direct carbon management, what kind of strategies do we have? The non-CO2 emissions, so there are methane and greenhouse gas emissions from wastewater treatment. So how do we treat sludge? And we need to focus on that. And what's special here in this, when you think about greenhouse gas emissions, you need to treat waste water treatment, then the efficiency might be low. So we have a dilemma in that regard. So we need to optimize that. Technological development is also important. The indirect emissions are mainly from the energy consumption. So energy consumption accounts for the biggest part of emissions. In Seoul and in other areas, the water sources are very far away. So that is quite good for water management, but in terms of energy efficiency, it will emit a lot of greenhouse gases. So in terms of pumping, we need to increase energy efficiency. But if you don't use a lot of water, and we can reduce the energy required to transport and pump water. And also, if you use less water, the waste water treatment and water treatment will produce less emissions. So green infrastructure and areas that can absorb carbons, that can be also another strategy. We have about 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Lastly, Dr. Chun.
LID를 빗물
So, rainwater management is an area that's quite difficult for the public to participate in. So, what kind of incentives are needed for the public to participate? Well, it's a sudden question, so I will wrap up in 1 minute. Of course, we need some policy directions as well as the willingness of the public, but there's limitations to just having the public's willingness. Of course, the policies, the government has to provide incentives. And I think that the government already knows the methods. In the past, they actually gave us incentives for using rainwater. I think that with that, the government can provide incentives for that. And with tap water, because it's so cheap, just some kind of incentive to make use of rainwater will not, take effect. I think that it has to have something more substantial to it. Yes, thank you very much. That concludes our panel discussion. We have to move on to the next session, so I'll just wrap up in 10 seconds. We had great presentations from our 3 speakers, and we were able to gain great insights. I hope that Seoul City could make use of these insights to better manage the water cycle. With this, I'd like to conclude our session. Thank you very much.
대단히 감사합니다. 이렇게 해서 2일차 물 순환 세션을 마무리하겠습니다. 이 세션을 통해서 도시의 물 관리를 위한 사례와 정책, 수립 전략, 기술에 이르기까지 종합적인 전략을 제시해 주셨는데요. 너무나 훌륭하게 진행을 해주신 김희영 교수님, 그리고 스탠스트롬 교수님, 한혜진 박사님, 최종수 박사님 발표와 토론 대단히 감사합니다. The second day of the water cycle session has presented comprehensive strategies with the cases of the urban water management and policy making and technologies. I would like to thank the moderator, Professor Kim Il-young, and also our panelists. Thank you very much. 자, 이것으로 세션 1을 마무리하면서 두 번째 세션 넘어가기 전에 재정비를 위한 5분간의 휴식 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 세션 2가 시작되는 10시 25분까지 시간에 맞춰서 착석을 해주십시오. With that, session 1 is completed. Before we move on to the second session, we're going to take a 5-minute break to arrange the venue. Thank you very much. 네, 이제 계속해서 컨퍼런스를 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 이번 세션 2는 기후위기 대응력 확보를 위한 도시 물안전에 대한 주제로 국내 연사분들께서 주제 발표와 토론에 참여를 해주실 예정입니다. So let's get started again. Session 2 is themed on cities' water safety to secure climate change adaptation capacity. Speakers from home and abroad will make presentations and engage in discussions under the topic. 네, 이번 세션 중부대학교 이주원 교수님께서 자장을 맡아 수고를 해주시겠습니다. Professor Lee-Hyung from Joongbu University will be moderating this session. 자, 그럼 자장님께 마이크를 넘기도록 하겠습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lee-Hyun, professor at Joongbu University. In the previous session, we discussed water cycle-related issues. Yesterday, I watched the news. In Alabama, there was a heavy rainfall of 300 milliliters per hour, causing damages to property and casualties. This year alone, in Germany, in China, in other Asian countries, we experienced unprecedented flood damages, and we also saw unprecedented level of torrential rains. That's why we created this water safety session. In this session, we have 3 speakers. In the previous session on water cycle, all the speakers were present here physically, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic, 2 speakers in our session couldn't be here physically, and only 1 speaker is here physically, but the other 2 will connect to us virtually on Zoom. As a moderator, let me explain to you about this session and the speakers here. Professor Nakakita Eiichi from Kyoto University will be our first speaker. And there's one similarity among these 3 speakers. They all majored in hydrology statistics. They are the experts in this field. And to evaluate climate change, you need to analyze long-term data. That is the safest way. So these 3 speakers' presentations will present a lot of tips and implications for establishing water safety plans for Seoul. The second speaker is Professor Thomas Kjeldsen from University of Bath in the United Kingdom. He actually studied in Denmark, and he went over to the United Kingdom, and he worked in the Ecology Hydrology Research Center. And also, he invests a lot of time in designing floods. The third speaker of the session, Professor Jae-Hyun, is my longtime research partner, and he has developed technology for standardizing floods, and also he contributed to developing standard technology in that regard. And he is a key member of our hydrology academic society. Let's give the floor to the first speaker. The first speaker is Professor Nakaki Eiichi from Kyoto University. Is he here online?
Are you ready to make a presentation? I cannot hear your voice. Please turn on your mic, please. No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sounds great. Yeah.
聞こえますか?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You can share your
シェアリング
presentation files for us.
を
Yeah.
用意します。少々お待ちくださいね。
You have 20 minutes presentation. Thank you.
聞こえますか?
Can you see my slides well? Let me start my presentation. I'm going to speak in Japanese. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I am Nakaki Eiichi. I am teaching at Kyoto University, and there's a disaster prevention research center. I'm the head of that center. I studied hydrology, but also my major is but my major is hydrology, even though I'm involved in meteorology and hydrology statistics. This is the main points of my presentation. First, recently, we have seen a rise in climate-related disasters. So we need to adapt to it. So we need to immediately come up with response measures to that. Prediction of climate and prediction of its impact. That was one of the areas of my research. So based on that, we can come up with response and countermeasures. So how climate change will impact us, how much risk it will present to our lives. So I am quantifying that impact, and we see the impact of climate change in our daily lives. In about 30 years, the average temperature of the Earth will be a lot higher than the industrial era. So no regret adaptation strategies. We need to take these strategies and implement these strategies right away. Science-based approach should be made, and there are a lot of things we need to do this. So there's an absolute need to take these measures. In Japan, goals, designs, and standard. So new goals. So we are applying all these factors to our strategy, and we are improving and amending our strategies. And there's a resilience and sustainability. So I'm going to talk about this later. So reflecting all these factors, we need to formulate response measures, and based on this, we need to change our policies as well. So centering on these main points, I'm going to make a presentation. In Japan, we are seeing an increase in the number of days where we saw over 50 milliliters of hourly rainfall. Every year, somewhere in Japan, large-scale flood damages are happening. And due to hails, we are seeing damages and problems. Recently, global warming was a main culprit behind this. About 7 to 10% of the disasters are caused by global warming. It was already scientifically proven. Already, we have entered the era of global warming. We need to be aware of that. What you are seeing is the 2019 data. This is the typhoon that hit Japan. You see these pins, right? And these pins represent the areas where we had record high rainfalls. This is the situation a year ago. In Korea, you call this monsoon season, right? We also have monsoon season in Japan. So this is the rainfall for 72 hours. We had a record high amount of rainfall. So every year we are seeing a renewed record in terms of rainfall. The frequency increased and the intensity of rainfalls is also increasing. And in the areas where flood damages were rare, we are seeing frequent damage caused by rainfalls. So how we need to adapt to this new environment? We need to establish new strategies and new plans. Based on science, we need to come up with adaptation strategies. And also, the old history and the experiences of the past, that should be also our references. And in the academia and in meteorologists and other scientists, we are predicting the climate change. The meteorologists and policymakers, they should also work together. And impact assessment and adaptation strategies and all these relevant stakeholders work together to assess the impact and come up with adaptation strategies. So we also need to accurately predict the future. So we need to discuss and share ideas on our future predictions. That way, we need to formulate adaptation policies. Let me go into detail on this topic. Currently, as a national project in Japan, we have these projects, and we have 4 research themes. So model group, prediction group, and risk prediction group, and disaster prevention group. So all these groups should work together to predict climate change. Actually, we are doing this. This is the picture of myself. So to overcome the changing environment, we are working together. The slide shows is something you are so familiar with. This is the climate model, RCM. Regional areas of Japan. Also, it shows the area of Southeast Asia. So these models are for Japan and Southeast Asia. At the end of 21st century, how climate will be different. This model shows that. In Japan, the administrative body is also working together. So we are trying to implement policies that are convincing to everybody. So there are typhoons approaching Japan, and also there are typhoons being born somewhere. But the problem is there's a higher frequency of super typhoons with high winds and a lot of rainfalls. In Japan, from April to July, we have frequent typhoons with heavy rains, and so far the typhoons were concentrated on the West Japan, but the impacted areas are expanding to the east and even to Hokkaido. So in the past, only the west part of Japan was affected by typhoons, but it is expanding to other areas. And also we have torrential rains, and the number of torrential rains and intensity of torrential rains is increasing at the same time. During the monsoon season in Japan, let me give you some examples. In Japan, in this region, from June to July, so we monitor the locations of rainfalls, and based on that, we simulated the situation for the future. At the bottom, you see 4 pictures. That's the ICP climate change scenarios. So you see that a lot of rainfalls are happening in the west of Japan, but we see the increasing incidence of rainfalls and typhoons in the east part of Japan and in Hokkaido. This is the past and future of Japan. So 30 years later, Japan will see an increasing number of sites where typhoons are impacting. So we are looking ahead 30 years ahead. Based on that, we are establishing water strategies. Here, it says northern limit. It means the limitation in the northern part. So the northern limit is expanding, it's going further up to the north. This is the pseudo-warming numerical computation. This is called X-band radar. And this is the climate experiment. And on the right side, you see the pseudo climate simulation. You see the increasing intensity. So why this is happening? This is happening. We are researching on that. And based on that, we will come up with countermeasures which can mobilize the administration and also can convince the public. So how serious it will be in the future, we made that predictions as well. So these are the risks for the future. So there are 3 exposures, the hazard exposures. So based on that, we predict the future. And we also predicted the population density. And exposure is also an important factor in predicting the future. Anyhow, when you look at the right side, you see the graph, the impact risk and population are the 2 factors in this graph. So water protection and heating and the manipulation of air coolers. So using these methods, we can adapt to the climate change, or we can mitigate climate change. So adaptation and mitigation can be adjusted and controlled. That is the response to climate change. So you need to do the 2-track thing, mitigation and adaptation. Currently in Japan, the red line shows the current target we are setting. So because of the impact of climate change, the current target is increasing. And as part of risk management, up to what level you are going to manage the risks, we need to think about that. Currently in Japan, the maximum crisis management receives a lot of attention, and there's a lot of discussion going on maximum crisis management. Regarding adaptation, we need to come up with predictable strategies that we will not regret. So step by step, strategies are very important. What's the most important thing is that we need to take action right away, because we are already affected by global warming. The Earth's temperature has risen already by 2 Celsius degrees, so we need to take action immediately. So in Japan, the relevant government authorities should join in our discussion, and people in academia should also work together with us. Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Land, and Ministry of Administration. All these ministries and government departments and research institutes should be part of this discussion. So the government authority should be in close consultation with us. Actually, we've been doing close consultation with the government. So already 3 years ago, we enacted Climate Change Adaptation Act, and this act has been enforced. So many local governments and central government are establishing action plans under this act. The Ministry of Land and Transportation this ministry has been already working. So 2 years ago, we had a huge water damage. So we created a deliberation committee. In consideration of climate change, we created a deliberation committee. And under this committee is establishing water management strategies and coastal plans and landslide plans, urban inundation plans. So these plans were established. So already we have these plans and we started to take and implement plans. And we have relevant laws already. So these are all part of the efforts to adapt to climate change. In the global society where the temperature has risen by 2 Celsius degrees, we already set the goals. So we are going to increase our water management efforts 1.2 times as it is. Since we predict that the floods will increase more. So based on that, we established the countermeasures. In European countries, there has been a lot of study on that. And we could bring water from streams. That could be part of water management. But in the global warming era, this type of existing conventional methods are not valid anymore. So in the entire river basins, and also there are cities in the estuary areas. So we need to include all these basin areas, including cities, in our comprehensive and integrated plans. So even citizens should be included in water management plans. So sustainability and resilience should be reflected. And based on that, we created plans. Here, there is an area called watershed, and also there's a river channel area, and inundation on area as well. And also what's important is to release correct information in order to make an environment predictable. We should work together. And in every building, it's underground basement areas, some countermeasures to climate change should be embedded. And in high-risk areas, we need to come up with measures to make the areas not risky. In terms of infrastructure, we need to expand drainage infrastructure. So we are and we have been establishing those plans. When you look at the upstream area, dikes and embankments are there. So when the water level rises high, the water goes over to the paddy field, and the paddy field can capture the water. That is the traditional way of controlling water. It originates from Meiji era. So utilizing this traditional method, the rural communities will respond to floods and heavy rainfalls. In your own respective area where you live, so you might surround the areas with embankments and dikes. And now look at the urban plans in consideration of disaster prevention. There's a concept of compact city. So inside a city, you need to put everything in a compact manner. This urban plan has started already. So the compact city should have low risk. And in the compact city, they should have independent in the past, they had independent plans, but there should be comprehensive plans. In this regard, we have different laws that have been enacted, and also we need to provide relevant finances. And we need to expand and improve infrastructure for the future. So hard infrastructure will not be enough. So we need to adopt the concept of the comprehensiveness in managing infrastructure. This is the same slide that as the one you saw at the beginning. So we are predicting the climate change and its impact, and based on that, we consider resilience and sustainability. That's the main points of my presentation. Thank you very much. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you, Professor Nakakita. So the adaptation strategies, it was a very good example of Japan. Not only the technological aspects, but also policy aspects were introduced in his presentation.
By the Professor Thomas of the University of Bath of UK. He prepared talks about detecting change in UK flood data and implications for design flood estimations. Professor Kjeldsen, are you ready to make a presentation? You on the line?
I should be here.
Okay, let's go in.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. Just very sorry that I couldn't actually be in Seoul to do it. So I was asked to talk about some research we have done on change in flood and rainfall data in the United Kingdom and possible implications that might have for design flood estimates. So I will focus primarily here on the flood data. So I'll start by the conclusions here, like the previous presenter as well. So the take-home messages are that if you're analyzing hydrological series of extremes with the view to look for trend in these series, then looking at this the data series side by side or watershed by watershed is not a very effective way of doing this. And consequently, the international research efforts are moving more towards regional methods for doing this. And I will show an example of how this could be done and what implications that has for policy and for design flood estimates, such as the 1 in 100 year flood. And then finally, I will compare those results to results obtained from climate model forecasts. So I'll start by talking about why it's so difficult to detect trend in hydrological series. So we're focusing here on the annual maximum peak flow series. So that's so we have on the x-axis here water year, and on the y-axis we have flow, which is log transformed. And as you can see, there's a lot of variability from year to year. Some years there's a very high flood, some years there's a low flood. And we draw a straight line through these points to try to affect the trend. But because there's so much variability, it's difficult to actually ascertain whether there's a trend or not. There are other challenges here. We also have the challenge of urbanization or change, just simply local change at particular watersheds here. So here, for instance, is urbanization. Here's a catchment in the north of the country. Again, you can see there's a lot of fluctuations from year to year. Some years there's a lot, some years there's not. At the bottom, we have mapped out how the urban areas in this catchment has expanded over the last 50 years. And you can see that there seems to be an upward trend in the data as urbanization increases. But if you look a bit closer, for instance, you can see that in the beginning of the series, it's actually a decreasing trend. So even if the city is expanding, the trend is decreasing, whereas it then in the latter years it increases. So again, there's so much noise in this data that it's actually difficult to tell whether things are increasing or not. We also have other challenges such as outliers. Often we think of very big flood events as a recent phenomenon, but there are lots of evidence in historical records as well of very destructive floods that seems to fall outside the realm of normal floods. So here's an example from a watershed very close to the city of Bath, where I live, where in 1968 a village was completely destroyed in a flash flood, and we haven't seen anything like that yet, even if it seems like floods are going up. So that was just some examples to show the difficulties in trying to actually detect a trend, a climate change signal in hydrological data for extremes. So what we have been part of is a big European effort to try to combine lots of data from lots of watersheds throughout greater Europe, and then look and see if there's any spatial patterns in the data. And here's two publications, a picture from two publications that was published in Science and in Nature. And the one on the left, the map on the left, looks at the shift in the timing of the flood. So that is a typical time during the year when you see the biggest floods. And you can see there's a very mixed picture. I think the most striking is that if you're looking in the northeast, up here, Russia, Finland, the Baltic states, we see that the floods are starting to come much earlier in this part of the world up here because temperatures are increasing and the snow is melting earlier. So they're getting the peaks, the floods are coming earlier in spring, whereas in Central Europe, it's a much more messy picture. On the right-hand side, we've looked at the magnitudes of the floods. And again, you can see very distinct pictures that actually in the southern Europe, the warm, dry part of Europe, flood seems to have decreased over time, whereas in the northwest, that sort of faces the Atlantic Ocean, we've tended to have seen an increase. So a mixed picture. But the point here is that if you start looking at things at a regional scale, then maybe stronger patterns emerge than you can see on individual records. So we did an experiment in the United Kingdom where we looked at annual maximum peak flow, so the largest peak flow, from 662 catchments where we did not have, not too impacted by urban developments. For each of these gauging stations, we have monitored river flow for more than 20 years. And we have an average record length of about 46 years. So that is the primary data set, and we're looking for trends and signals and evidence for climate change in these series. The way we've done it is we have used the concept of a magnification factor, which was proposed by Professor Richard Vogel from Tufts University in Boston. And you start by assuming that your peak flows follows a particular statistical distribution. In this case, it's the log normal distribution. So your quantile. So for instance, your 100-year flood. So if T was equal to 100, for instance, the magnitude of the 100-year flood follows this simple log normal distribution where we have a mean value and a standard deviation of the data. We then assume that the mean value of the flood is where the trend is to be detected, that they're going up over time. So we implement a linear trend in this parameter. where we have two parameters, an intercept and a slope, and then we have time here. So the 100-year flood is supposed to increase as time increases into the future. And if you define this simple statistical model, you can define a magnification factor, which is simply the ratio between the t years, of, for instance, the 100-year event in a year, x plus delta x years into the future, divided by the magnitude of the 100-year event in year x. So basically, it's a percentage change in flood magnitude when you move delta x years into the future. Because this is a very simple model, that magnification factor can be expressed as an exponential function that relies only on the slope of this relationship here and the time horizon we look into the future. So for the rest of this presentation, I will focus exclusively on this beta 1 parameter, which is the slope of the regression line, the red lines that I have drawn through different data points. So instead of doing it side by side, instead of analyzing each individual data from each individual watershed, we decide to try to pool the different data sets together so we could come up with some regional estimates for this. So what we're doing is that we have a watershed we're interested in. This is the watershed here we're interested in. We're looking at other watersheds that have the same hydrological characteristics, so they have the same general watershed area, they have the same general rainfall. Each of these neighboring watersheds will have some annual maximum data assigned to it. We'll fit our trend model to each of these data series, and we'll estimate our slope of these red lines at each one. And then we'll take, we will assume that for each of these sites, the trend line we fitted to each of these data series, we assume that the slope is the same for each one. And when we do that, we can simply calculate a weighted average of these individual slopes, and that's a representative slope for this collection of watersheds. Skip this one. I think this is a powerful way of analyzing trends because regression models are easy to use. It's as statistical models go, they're very simple. It's easy to check if things are significant. There's a very well-known statistical framework for linear regression. You can plot and visualize trends, and it's very easy to handle uncertainty. So I think this is a simple but relatively powerful tool. So what happens when we do our pooled or regional estimates? So we have 662 watersheds or catchments. If I look at the regression, a trend line I have fitted to each one, I get a big spread of slope lines from minus 0.04 up to 0.04. That is a very big spread. And for instance, if you have a slope coefficient of 0.04, that's the equivalent of seeing a 150% increase in flood risk over 10 years. That seems to me rather unrealistic values. If instead we calculate the average based on collections of watersheds that we have pooled together, then we get a much more constrained set of estimates of our slope. So we have reduced the level of uncertainty in our trend estimate. And how does this reduction in significance manifest itself? If we're trying to calculate statistical significance of our trend line, so can we actually say that we are somewhat confident that the trend we're seeing is significant, that it exists? If you look at the figure on the right, so the 662 gating stations we have. This is where we have data. If you have a red point, where they're colored, the triangles are red, that means that for this particular gating station, we see a strong upward signal. So the floods are getting bigger and bigger over time. If you see a blue one triangle, that means we see a decrease in flood magnitude over time. And if it's green, then we can't really tell statistically whether it's going up and down. So on the left is when we do the analysis side by side. So I've taken each side individually in isolation and analyzed for trend. If I use my new regional method, I have reduced the uncertainty on my slope estimates, and as a consequence of that, the significance increases. So actually, what we can do now is we can start to mine out much more strong signals of climate change. And so what you can see if you compare the left to the right map here is that there are many more red points on the right map, which means that actually we do see a very significant upward trend in flood magnitudes over time in flood data in United Kingdom. It does exist. It's just that if we looked on it on a side-by-side basis, we couldn't detect it. But if we start looking at it on a regional basis, actually the signals become very apparent, especially for areas in the west and the north of the country, which is really where we have seen catastrophic flooding over the last few years. So what are the implications for the magnitude of flood? How much should we incorporate into our design floods? How much do we need to increase them in order to accommodate or adapt to these changing flood risks? If you're looking on this graph on the left, again, is if I look at gating station on a side-by-side basis, and on the right, I've used the regional method. And what you see on the x-axis is the time horizon into the future. So year zero down here, this is where we are now. This is 2021. And then we're moving 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years into the future. The magnification factor up here on the y-axis is the percentage increase in the 100-year flood we expect to see. So if you can see, if we base these decisions on just analyzing individual data series, we get some very strange results, spanning from a 300%, more than 300% increase in flood risk at the end of the century, which seems perhaps a bit unlikely. If, on the other hand, we look at the regional method where we're trying to look at we're looking at a regional scale, we get a much more constrained picture of how flood risk evolves. So again, here, year 20 is now, it's 2021. And then we move into the future, and you can see now we predict something that looks like a 50% increase, worst case, by about 2070 or 80. So towards the end of the century, we were looking at about 50% increase in the magnitude of our design floods. People in the United Kingdom have also done, as this previous speaker nicely demonstrated, where they have run climate model and looked at future climate scenarios of rainfall and tried to translate those into flood risks. And they have done this for different epochs. So we're looking at, in the table in the upper left, you can see that for different epochs, from 2015 to 2039, we're looking at somewhere between 13 and 30% increase. If we move a bit further into the future, 2040 to 2069, it's between 15 and 40. And towards the very end of the century, the climate model suggests that we have about 30 to 70% increase. So what I have done down on the graph below is to plot the result. So these are projections from the climate models. So the black lines here on this graph represent the projections made by the climate models, the climate modelers. The red lines here and the gray and the blue lines, that's the results of our statistical analysis. So we're looking at the trend in the historical data and projecting that into the future. And as you can see, there's pretty good alignment between the two results. So the climate models, the increases suggested by the climate models, especially towards the end of the century, are actually very much supported by the signal we are now detecting in our flood series. So things are starting to come together. We can see the trend in our flood data. They're going up. There's no doubt about it. The climate modelers are looking into the future, and actually the two different ways of doing it are finally starting to come together. And it looks very much like we are on par for a 50% increase, say, in our 1 in 100 year flood in the future. And this will have major impact on the infrastructure and the way we have to manage floods in this country here. So that was the result. This is still work in progress. So from where do we go from here? Well, we would like some other statistical distributions, but that's probably a small point. So far, we have only looked at, in the statistical model, as time. The change is driven by time. So we look at years into the future, but of course, flooding isn't really driven by time. Time doesn't do anything. It's change in rainfall, it's urbanizations, it's what happens to the oceans, the temperature, the atmosphere that's driving this. So we would like to throw time out of our model and put more sophisticated explanatory variables in, and also look at long-term climate variability. So I will end the presentation here, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Kjeldsen, for your interesting and UK case study presentation. Please stay on the line at the end of this session, please. 다음은 이제 세 번째 주제로.
And next, we have the third presentation.
킬젠 교수님 연구 내용은 이제 앞서 발표하신 분하고는 좀 다르게 이제 굉장히 과학 기술적인 내용에 집중을 해서 말씀을 하셨습니다. 이제 과거에 홍수
It was very scientific. It was focused on technology. In the past, the flood statistics didn't change much in the past. But the average and distribution and the standard deviation are changing. So using non-state, we need to estimate the probability and analysis in a different way. So Professor Jae-Hyun from Seokyeong University will make a presentation focusing on Seoul area. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As was introduced, I am Professor Jae-Hyun from Seokyeong University. Today, I'm going to make a presentation about disaster prevention performance target status and application. So how
정말 실제 현장에서 운영되는
local governments are responding to this.
뭔가 영국의 그 연구자분들께서도
Previously, researchers from Japan and the United Kingdom mentioned that we need to come up with measures to respond to floods. To what level, to what extent we need to establish countermeasures, and what will be the criteria for setting those strategies.
하는 제도가 굉장히
So disaster prevention performance target is very unique, and it's unique to Korea. So I'm going to explain to you about that. And before we introducing to this system, what kind of studies we did and the result of the studies. So I will talk about that, and then I will conclude my presentation with propositions and summary. The first one is about disaster prevention performance target. The red letters are the name of the act, relevant act. Ministry of Safety and Public Administration is the main entity in this topic, in this area. So in February 2012, Countermeasures Against Natural Disaster Act was enacted. So in order to respond to floods and relevant damages, how we can come up with effective measures, and the most important factor is rainfall. So rainfall is the basic data for establishing these measures. So for each local areas, the Minister of Public Administration Safety will announce the amount of rainfall, and based on that, they will analyze the flood prevention structure and facilities in each region. So if the facilities are not sufficient enough, they have to expand and improve their facilities. So the heads of the local governments have to do this by law. So in terms of the flood prevention, we have the relevant act like this, and under this act, local government should move. So what are the facilities subject to disaster prevention performance evaluation? There will be embankments, storage reservoirs, and storage culverts, and drainage pump stations, sewage retention facilities, and waterways, and highland drainage systems. So all the facilities are included as long as they are related to drainage. So these facilities should have capacity of meeting the target of the flood disaster prevention. So what about the rainfall data? So 1 hour, 2 hours, and 3 hours. The probability rainfall is analyzed by duration. So usually the rainfall hours is 1 hour, 2 hours, and 3 hours, because rains come down in a short period of hours. So we looked into the 30-year frequency probable rainfall. The blue color stands for Seoul data. So for 1 hour, 94.3 hour, for 2 hours, 136 milliliters, and for 3 hours, 173.1 milliliters. These are the 30-year frequency probable rainfall. So each local government applies additional 5% to the 30-year frequency probability rainfall in consideration of increase in torrential rain in the future. So in Seoul, 1 hour rainfall is 94.3, but for disaster prevention, the target should be 100. So the upper table shows the probable rainfall, and the lower table shows the target rainfall for disaster prevention performance. When you look at other cities, it shows a big difference from Seoul. In Daegu, the 1 hour rainfall is 70 milliliters. And even for Kongju, they have a different rainfall records. So each city, each region, they have different rainfall data. So their disaster prevention performance target are set differently as well. And this system was introduced in February 2012. So we have actually made these efforts about 10 years ago. And before introducing this system, even from the beginning of 2000, we considered a lot of aspects. In the Fire Prevention Agency conducted relevant research. I was actually involved in this research. So based on the outcomes of this research, we came up with disaster prevention performance target. So you need to look into this one by time and by space. For time, short, mid, and long term. So for each time frame, we have a different targets. Currently, our disaster performance target is based on the midterm target. So we actually prepare for 15 years later. For special targets, we have large and middle and small areas. For Seoul, Seocho district and Songpa district are large areas. And for middle-sized areas, and the areas where there are pumps, and for small areas, they are the areas where little streams are located. So by space and by time, we conduct analysis, and we come up with facility and non-facility countermeasures. And in the different time frame for the future, we have different countermeasures. And based on the outcomes of a short-term prediction, we actually apply the result to the midterm and long-term strategies. So for increasing rainfalls, we try to expand the drainways. And also we establish new drainways. But there are areas where it's hard to establish new drainways. In that case, we try to apply LID facilities. Also, we are trying to create reservoirs or utilize the existing reservoirs. In order to evaluate this, we actually apply this as a pilot project. This is the Sincheon rainwater pump site. We actually analyzed this area. Currently, it had 75 milliliters per hour, but in the midterm, the rainfall will be 85 milliliters per hour. So there is 10 milliliters increase. So we will add extra facility to accommodate that. And if that rainfall projection increases to 95 milliliters, we are going to add the LID pervious or permeable facilities. That way we are going to respond to the changed situation. So these are the areas where we need to expand our measures. And for the long-term strategy, reservoirs are also useful, but the scope of the countermeasure will be a lot wider for long-term strategy. So through this process, we are currently running this performance target system. In 2017, there was the standards announced by the Ministry of Public Administration. So the heads of the local government should evaluate the disaster prevention facilities and come up with a revampment or the improvement measures for that. And also, they need to evaluate the performance of their facilities. So the existing facilities and new facilities should have good capacity and functions for preventing disasters. So what steps do we need to take? So the head of the local government has to check on the performance of the existing disaster prevention facilities. And then they need to look into the resources they can pull. And also, they calculate runoff in the city and Based on that, if the facilities are appropriate, and then it's okay. But if the facilities are not good enough to accommodate the runoff, then they have to come up with comprehensive measures. So the reservoir plans or the waterway plans and all types of countermeasures can be considered. The most important factor is economic viability. When you expand or add new facilities, it will be very easy, but always it entails money issues. So countermeasures will be analyzed in terms of their economic viability. Based on the analysis of the economic viability, we pick the best countermeasures. So local government does this. And within the target time frame, they need to complete the establishment of new facilities or improving the existing facilities. So the Korean government is doing pretty good job, and there are a lot of good practices on site. And it's been 4 years since we adopted this new plan. So every 5 years, we need to conduct a feasibility study on the plan. So currently, Korean Disaster Agency is conducting research to improve the system. So the latest data should be used when it comes to rainfall. And also, more detailed data that were not considered in the past should be used. And also, we need to improve the methodologies, and also we need to consider the coverage ratio. So this research will be completed in November this year. So once this research is done, I think we will have more useful data to refer to, and this will be reflected in the local government's disaster prevention methods and countermeasures. So far, Korea, I have talked about Korea's disaster prevention performance target, which Korea is running to prevent disasters. So this was actually introduced in 2012, and in 2017, we have standards for installation and operation of disaster prevention performance targets by region. And currently, there are many research going on to improve this system. In the additional rates are very important. In Korea, we set the additional rates for Seoul at 5%, but whether it is viable or feasible, we need to more think about that. So 1%, 2% can make a big difference, and each percent will require a huge amount of investment. Therefore, so what we need to think about is to what extent we need to apply the possible impact of climate change, and to what degree we can accommodate climate change in its policies and programs. So this kind of thoughts will help create better strategies for the future. Thank you very much. So 3 presentations have been completed. Professor Ahn introduced Korea's case, centering on Seoul. Local governments and central government are building water infrastructure, but in doing so, they set water management targets. So in Korea, we have many mega cities. So local cities, local regions, characteristics and conditions. So based on that, different disaster prevention targets and strategies should be set. That was the gist of his presentation. Now we have 10 minutes for a panel discussion. We don't have designated discussants because we had to minimize the number of participants due to COVID-19 pandemic. Listening to the presentations, I jot down some questions and also possible questions to be raised by you, the online participants. So I have 3 to 4 questions. So I will ask those questions first. The first question goes to Professor Nakakita. Listening to your presentation, so Japan and Korea share the monsoon climate band. But there's some differences. Japan has more rainfall than in Korea, and also it has more frequent typhoons than in Korea, even though we are located in the same climate zone. So Japan is faced with a situation where they need to set higher rainfall targets. So Professor Nikita is currently residing in Kyoto. So with the continuously increasing rainfalls, do you have a disaster prevention target considering the increasing rainfalls? The second question is, do we need to apply the increasing precipitation limitlessly, or do we need to compromise on certain level? So I would like to know your ideas based on your research. Thank you very much. Let me answer now. First of all, regarding the disaster prevention target, the targets have been set already. For example, precipitation, our target is 10% increase. The global average temperature increases by 2 Celsius degrees. So for that, we set 10 Celsius degrees. But if the average temperature goes by 4 Celsius degrees, the target will be 20% increase in rainfall. The same figures apply to urban areas. How we came up with these figures, it was based on the past monitoring data. Based on the data, actually we didn't base these numbers on the past data. We actually experimented the simulations using prediction models, and then we applied the actual cities to this model. So each mesh is 2 kilometers. So we can say this is a meteorological science-based calculation. So we have a science-based model. So running this model, we came up with these figures. 2 Celsius degree increase, 4 Celsius degree increase. For each case, we actually predicted 5,400 years ahead. So science-based predictions were adopted. So based on this, we set the target in the event of 2 Celsius degrees increase and 4 Celsius degrees increase. The Ministry of Land and Transportation, this agency also interpreted this data and applied it. Why we decided to increase the disaster prevention efforts by 1.2 times? We actually worked together with relevant organizations, and then we reached an agreement that 1.2 times increase of efforts will be enough. So these targets are binded by law. So these targets are legally binding. So currently in Japan, we have 110 streams and rivers. So step by step, we are setting targets for these streams. And we are upgrading and increasing the targets step by step based on scientific data. So to what extent we are going to apply the increasing rainfalls? It all depends on the temperature increase. If the river floods, and also if the building's basement is inundated, or if the upstream is using dams, for each case we set a target. Let me add one more thing. For reservoirs, private companies, our premise was that private companies will make contribution to managing reservoirs. Private companies will have to contribute to managing water in cities. So based on these two premises, we came up with the countermeasures. So we have to base everything on science, and the entire river base should be resilient. So with this, I would like to conclude my answer. Thank you for the detailed information and answer.
Dr. Kjeldsen, well, you tell us about the possibilities of a long-term increasing trend of the hydrologic and meteorological data in UK case, and you tell us about the possibilities of existence of non-stationarity of those observed hydrologic data. My question goes to the, well, uncertainty issues. So there are probably uncertainties which can be reside in hydrologic modeling process because we use many different types of hydrologic models. And second, uncertainties reside in the very long-term observed meteorological data and hydrologic data like runoffs and precipitations. So how do you reflect those uncertainties in the process of estimating design flood or design rainfall? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that question. Yeah, I mean, that is true. Uncertainty is an unavoidable part of trying to analyze these data, of course. I would say that I think the uncertainties, I think what we have discovered we've worked closely with statisticians to analyze these data as well, is that the uncertainties are actually much larger than we first expected. And this is why this idea of just analyzing data from a single river, a single watershed, and hoping to detect a strong signal and make policy based on that seems almost impossible, because the uncertainties are so large that it's actually very difficult to detect whether things are actually going up and down. And this is why this idea this is an old idea in hydrology, is to try to pool data together from the region to try to increase the amount of data that you have, and therefore reduce the uncertainty in your predictions. Having said that, there are obviously going to be predictions going forward. I don't have a number for how big they are. I expect them to be uncomfortably large, though I was struck by the numbers my two co-presenters presented, that it was a 20% increase in Japan in rainfall and 5% in Seoul. I think when I have reviewed European standards, so from countries across Europe and the United Kingdom as well, and this goes back maybe 5 years, I think most countries would consider somewhere between 15 and 30% increase in rainfall as the standard for climate change impact on peak rainfall. So I don't know if that's so I guess there's also some uncertainties in where we are. I think I'll conclude my answer with that.
Okay, thank you. 세 번째 질문은 우리 안재영.
Question goes to Professor An. The third question is for Professor An. So Korea has different disaster prevention targets for each region to ensure safety in the region. So the heads of local governments are working very hard. But the problem is, if you increase the targets and if you increase the design floods, would it be an absolute answer or solution? There are many criticisms about it. Can we financially support this? And technologically, how much can we support this? That is also another issue. Thirdly, the efficiency is a problem. So those strategies and plans are really effective. People have a desire of living in safe society. So what do you think about increasing design floods continuously? I think the same goes to the United Kingdom and Japan. I think all of us are thinking about this issue. About 10 years ago, I conducted research, the midterm plan, short-term plan, and long-term plan. Long-term plan is about a 100-year plan. But currently, we don't talk about the long-term plan. The reason is that in the current situations, we cannot actually withstand that. We can actually afford that. For each unit of project, there will be increased investment that reflects the increased target. But if we increase the entire target for the nation, we cannot calculate the entire amount of finance. But we need to first conduct assessment, and then we need to go through the process of creating consensus. Since we don't have that, the actual outcomes of this target system, so currently we have a fear of increasing finances, increasing cost and budgets. But when you increase the target, I believe it will be effective. But relatively, there could be some non-facility measures that can create the same effect. So we don't have much assessment and evaluation on that aspect. So the government and at the national level, at a regional level, we need to look at the entire the amount of the increased the budgets and everything. And based on the outcomes of that analysis, the policymakers should come up with relevant measures. So we don't have much time, and time is almost up, even though we have many questions prepared, but we have to conclude this session. So for creating a safe society, the United Kingdom and Korea and Japan are working very hard. Thank you very much to the three speakers, and I would like to thank the participants and audiences as well. Thank you very much.
네, 대단히 감사합니다. 기후변화에 대응한 도시 물안전의 대응 전략에 관한 심도 있는 대화를 나눠봤습니다. 발표와 토론 너무나 훌륭하게 잘 진행을 해주셨습니다. 감사의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. Thank you very much for your in-depth presentations and discussions on climate change responses for urban water safety. Your inputs are truly appreciated. 이렇게 해서 세션 2를 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 진행에 수고를 해주신 이주원 교수님 그리고 온오프라인 통해서 함께해 주신 교수님 여러분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. With that, session 2 has come to an end. I sincerely thank Professor Lee Joo-Heon for moderating and professors for making presentation virtually and physically. 네, 이제 마지막 세션만을 남겨두고 있는데요. 잠시 휴식 시간을 가진 후에 마지막 세션 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 5분 후에 세션 3이 시작이 되겠습니다. So now we have only one session left. So after a short break for about 5 minutes, we'll proceed to the last session. Thank you. 네, 함께 하고 계십니다. 어느덧 이제 마지막 순서만이 남아 있는데요. 시민 행복과 도시 경쟁력을 위한 수변 공간 혁신을 주제로 물 문화에 관한 논의를 계속해서 진행하도록 하겠습니다. Now we finally have come to an end, the final session of the 2021 Water Seoul International Conference. In this session, we are going to continue the discussions on innovation of waterfront to increase the happiness of citizens and urban competitiveness. 네, 이번 세션의 좌장은 232 건설연구원 박사님께서 수고를 해주시겠는데요. 232 박사님은 생태 하천 개념을 국내에 처음으로 도입한 하천 복원 전문가이십니다. For this session, Dr. Lee-Hyung from the Korea Institute of Civil Engineering and Building Technology will be serving as the moderator. 자, 그럼 바로 박사님께 마이크를 넘기도록 하겠습니다. Let me turn the floor to Dr. Lee.
Glad to meet you. I am Lee-Hyung, as was just introduced. Today is the day of Korean language, and the Korean alphabet were announced today in the past. Water, rain, the pure Korean words, they have their own origins. They are originated from Korean word mi or mid. So from these, the origins, the water and the rain, these words came from. So water and rain mean the same in Korean. So where this water converges, it's the river. The river is a mirror that shows how people live. So how can we innovate this area? So we have 3 scholars in this field. Let me introduce them. First of all, we have a presenter, Kim Jong-Wook, who is studying architecture at London University.
Good afternoon. Good morning. I am Jong-Hoo Kim from London. Thank you very much for your invitation to this great conference. And I truly hope that this conference will be able to further develop Seoul, which is a city with a lot of waterfronts. So the presentation that I have prepared today will just be focusing on one key aspect. I have labeled it as Europe's marine-friendly cities and public spaces role. Can you tell me how to flip the slides? Yes. So I have 7 agenda items. So for 5 to 7 minutes, I will talk about some theories and then some case studies for cities, waterfront cities in Europe. First, cities that are coastal community cities have to think about how to use the cities. They have the obligation to correctly use these bodies of water. So we have to pose a question, do we have the right direction as to utilizing the bodies of water? Second, what kind of challenges are we facing as a coastal city? And third, how shall we move on or advance into being a coastal community city? So these are some critical questions that we need to ask ourselves, not just for Seoul, but for all coastal cities around the world. We usually use the word regeneration at the back, and then we have the subject in the front. So we have port generation, waterfront generation, and urban regeneration. But if you look at the academic definitions or the scope and boundary, it's very vague. So I've looked into the different ones here, with the port regeneration being the regeneration and activation of the ports and the surrounding areas, the waterfront regeneration being reactivation of the ocean, river, and ponds, and the urban regeneration being the regeneration of those declining areas within the city. So we have port regeneration, waterfront regeneration, and urban regeneration. Are we all separating these regeneration activities? And we also need to think about whether they are all in silos, because we need to converge all these ideas together. Because I believe that the scope of urban regeneration is the widest, so that's why we need to combine them together as a big category and not individually. And so we need to create a new theory or a new paradigm. So how to approach this is the key issue here. The 4 images that I brought, I did not disclose the cities here. They are overseas and some are in Korea. The reason why I have erased the names is because the waterfront cities, when we activate the waterfront cities, these are some images that always come to our minds. It's very visual, it's very flamboyant. But are we truly gaining the essence of the problem? And what's more important is it sustainable? And have we posed sustainable questions and sustainable solutions for the waterfront cities? So in terms of the role of public space, the water is a very unique and specialized public space. And from that aspect, are we rationally approaching it, utilizing it, and activating it? That's the question that we need to ask ourselves in the 21st century. From a different perspective, I also brought 6 waterfront cities in Europe, once again. I always emphasize the fact that the cities always have different characteristics and the difference in the decline aspects, because they all have different cultures and different histories. Although they are waterfront cities, the rate and image of decline is all different. That's why we have to have catered applications for the reactivation of these cities. And the public space that I want to focus on today is applied to these cities as well. How to effectively utilize and reactivate the waterfront of these cities is the key question. If not, with just the same kind of answer, one size fits all, then it won't be a success. So under this theory, I looked into the process of how these coastal community cities have evolved. First, depending on the timeline, they first attract the tourism industry, arts and culture industry, creative industry, innovation industry, high-tech industry, and then now they are evolving into the convergence industry. So, of course, it might not happen exactly in this order, but these are some of the commonalities of a lot of coastal cities. Of course, this might differ depending on the level of development. Some can be eliminated, some can be added, but in a universal manner, these are some common phases. And then if this is the initial stages, then when we evolved one step further, then we move over to the public space becoming very important. So by activating the urban area, we look into the public space and how it is wide and deep. So that city itself, if it's a coastal city, we look into the qualitative and quantitative aspects of it. So if we had just looked into the quality of the coastal cities before in the other industries, now we have to also look into the public space and how much public aspects this city has. And that actually determines the overall quality and the level of that coastal city. From the urban regeneration perspective, whether it's a port city or whether it's a waterfront city, whether it's urban regeneration, waterfront regeneration, all of it comes down to governance and partnerships. And the key aspect of the governance and partnership is how much public aspects is imbued in the partnership and the governance. You have to have the random public being able to create their ecosystem and the businesses. So, centered on the public space, we have to look at how much or how good of a governance structure you have and how much multilateral or multilateral partnerships you have, whether it's PPP or private to private or public to public. So this was a little bit of the theory, and now let's look into the 4 different cities in Europe and how some of the theory is reflected in these cities. So first, I'll look at the overall aspects. I'm not going to look at the architecture or the structure of the city, but how the public space acts within these cities. First, it's Bilbao in space. Bilbao is, along with Madrid, the administrative capital of Spain, and the financial capital of Spain, Barcelona. It's Bilbao. But if you look at the red circle, it's located up in the north. However, it surfaced at the end of the 20th century, and it was well known to the world. It's one of those aspects was because of the Guggenheim in Bilbao. So, as a port city, as a waterfront city, Bilbao was quite successful. And it's actually within this area, and you have the arts and culture. So you have the river, and it developed centering on the river. It's also an industrial city with mining as well as steelmaking. The reason why this city declined is because the waterfront and the port declined, and the public space of these areas declined and weakened. So how we're going to activate this city must be centered on, and it must start with the public spaces in the waterfront and the ports. So this is the decline of the port and waterfront in Bilbao. At the time, if you look at the statistics, at the end of the 80s and early 90s, the unemployment rate was up to 35%. It was quite extreme. So it was in one of the worst case scenarios of how a port city can decline. And with the reactivation project, they looked into the public spaces and improvement of the public spaces in the waterfront. And the red areas are the projects that they looked into. And this is actually the changes. I don't have the front of the Guggenheim. The Guggenheim is quite symbolic, and it also had a role in raising the status of Bilbao, but the public space around the Guggenheim is also very important. The roads, the plaza, the green spaces, they were all created into public spaces for the residents and for the citizens, and it's continuing to evolve into public spaces. So Bilbao is an industrial steelmaking and mining city, so it did not have a lot of green space. So they actually added the green space while reactivating and regenerating the waterfront. You have the gardens as well as the trees. It has a very specific and unique green space. You also have the improvement of the public transportation that the residents as well as tourists can enjoy. And thanks to that, you have the new economic quarter. Bilbao was successful in creating this. So this is just a part of the Abando Ibarra project. Bilbao is going through the phases of the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. And in the next decade, they will continue to refurbish and regenerate the public spaces on the waterfront. And even the regeneration of the old town was able to be a success. And as you can see, if you compare the past and the present, you can really see the stark differences in the public spaces. And now, second is Liverpool. The scale of the cities will continue to decline as we go. Liverpool was also a port city, but because of a logistical port, it's a little bit different from Bilbao. You have a lot of these storage areas, and it also declined into an extreme case. Unlike Bilbao, Liverpool had the renovation of the docks, and they are regenerating the dock area. It was kind of like an anchor project and used the storage areas, but also refurbished the public spaces around those areas. So the key focus was the same. That's why I actually brought two of the pictures together. On the right-hand side, you don't have the color. On the left-hand side, you do have the color. So as the anchor project, they enhanced the public spaces around this area. And they also utilized arts and culture. They used the old storage spaces to reinforce the identity of this area and created an arts and culture district. They regenerated the commercial spaces, and from the bigger framework, they regenerated the waterfront. So this is Liverpool's strategy. After this succeeded, now this Liverpool 1 project is on the right-hand side. It's actually the old town part. And now it's a pedestrian zone focused on the plaza and green spaces. The public spaces have been much reinforced. So finally, this is what they have. First, you have the waterfront. Second phase, you have the old town district. But the biggest characteristics is the quality and quantity of the public space. Next is Hamburg in Germany. It's similar to Liverpool. Hamburg was a port city. However, the location is the center of the city. It also had various storage facilities and for logistics. We also heard about Hafen City yesterday. The Hafen City project was a specific region within Hamburg. And the old decrepit location that used to be used as a port for logistics has now been regenerated. The difference here is looking at the comprehensive development with residential, commercial, and industrial areas. So for phase 1 was the adaptive reuse of the industrial heritage. And then as a phase 1, they had the mixed development of the waterfront. You had the business area. You also had the academic university. And on the bottom right-hand side, you also have the residential area as well. So this harbor front or the port area acted as just a small city in itself. So they improved the level of public spaces. And right now, you can see that you have many resting areas, walkable pedestrian zones. And so the public aspects has really been increased to maximum. And the Elbe Philharmonic is also located here. Lastly is Marseille. Marseille is adding one more aspect to it. Marseille is the second biggest city in France, and it's a Mediterranean city and a waterfront city. So this is the Euro-Méditerranée project. And as you can see, you had the establishment of the main waterfront street. According to the master plan, they didn't have the waterfront city, but for Marseille, you have about 2.2 kilometers of the main street. And you have arts and culture near the waterfront, and near the older center of the city, you have the commercial district. And you also connect those two areas through the street. On the left-hand side, you have the culture and art spaces. They used a mixture of new construction as well as refurbishment of the old constructions. And as for the public space, they created a completely new area for the public space and increased the quality by refurbishing the old spaces. So it's much wider, and you have much more diversity in terms of the space. And the reason why Marseille is praised is because of the walkability. Like the 4 pictures that you see, all 4 have great pedestrian zones that allow walkability. So it's truly a waterfront city that you want to walk in. That's what it's well known for. So I spoke about the 4 different cases. Let me sum up. The last diagram that I am showing you is the approach for the sustainable coastal city. The red on top is more about the traditional characteristics of the coastal cities. And on the bottom, you have the green areas, which are some aspects that are highly praised for sustainability and for green spaces. And I only spoke about the public aspects on the left-hand bottom side. The reason why I stressed the public aspects is because out of all of the elements, the public space becomes the foundation of every other element. If you can provide the public space, then all other aspects can be emphasized altogether. That's why I wanted to focus on that. So I believe that every city, including Seoul, have to think about the public spaces and add on to that. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Professor Jung-Hoo Kim from the University of London has shown us a great benchmark case. And now moving on
To the second speaker, Dr. Lee-Hyung from Korea Research Institute for Human Settlement will make a presentation about the utilization of mobile big data, and he is a leader in the establishment of river-related policies in Korea. I am Dr. Lee-Hyung. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for preparing this event with strict and strong quarantine protocols. The previous speaker talked about waterfront areas. I am going to talk about river areas, how we can develop the area in a resident-friendly manner. So regarding the utilization of mobile data, I conducted the research on the development of the riverside area. Let me give you some backgrounds and academic studies and how to develop source data. So these are the experience-based research. And based on the research, we have produced some outcomes. So in conclusion, I'm going to present those outcomes. We have many plans, and through the riverside construction, we refurbish and improve the waterfront areas. Through constructions, we can actually do everything. So when it comes to facilities demanded by the residents, we are trying to establish them in the areas. And also we banned illegal acts and activities in the riverside areas. And we also conduct a satisfaction survey. In addition, we have established a performance management evaluation system. So we have the National Water Management Plan. That is the first plan. And the act actually specifies the monitoring of the riverside area. So it is reflected in the higher level of national plans. Let me talk about the policy changes. We have such a long history of River Act. In 2007, I think we have the actual legal foundation for the creation of river spaces. And we designated the conservation area and development areas, but the ultimate priority is on the conservation of the riverside areas. And we have 4 major river projects. In 2009, we have established many waterfront and riverside areas. And we established and built the facilities reflecting the characteristics of the region. And after that, we have made many efforts in terms of systems and institutions. How can we manage those spaces? So working together with the government, and we introduced regulations and permission systems. And there have been some social controversies about waterfront parks organized by the government because not many people were using it, and also it required much budget. So economic viability of the waterfront areas was receiving much attention. So we had to give attention to that. So through the national refurbishment projects, we actually conducted projects on over 100 waterfront areas. And also we conducted projects to improve the areas to become more nature-friendly. And for the existing waterfront areas, we had to give some special characteristics. And there were special conservation district, conservation area, and also the general conservation zones. And also there were some differentiation strategies for these areas. And there was a big demand for the development of waterfront areas. And in response to that, we amended relevant laws. So the toilets and leisure facilities and marina facilities, they could be established in the waterfront areas. Through these process, starting from 2017, we focused on managing river areas in a resident-friendly manner. Before 2017, the relevant organizations were focused on the management of the areas, but since 2017, we wanted to know why residents visit those areas, and we actually utilized the data in establishing the relevant policies and systems. With the Ministry of Transportation and Land, we conducted research on the ways of increasing efficiency of national riverside management using telecommunication big data. So we closely monitored and surveyed why people are using the areas. The monitoring and the legal foundation, institutional foundations were also researched as part of this project. And we extracted big data from the major 3 telecommunication providers. And the traffic on that waterside areas were considered as the number of residents using the areas. And we conducted the usage survey. From 2017, we conducted surveys nationwide on the usage of waterfront areas. Compared to 2017, the number of users decreased in 2018, and we looked into the reason. In 2018, we had very serious heat waves along with fine dust issues. So outdoor activities decreased. Depending on the weather, the number of people using the waterfront areas can be different. So nationwide, we conducted a nationwide research and survey on people using waterfront areas till 2019. But there was the question of the credibility of the big data. So we wanted to verify the credibility of the data. So we actually visited areas. We also employed drones to verify that, even though there's some lacking points in accuracy. But given all the aspects, the telecommunication data were pretty accurate data and was our best solution, best way for looking into the statistics of users there. And we looked at many indicators. So one of the indicators, it's listed on the table here. So the number of people using the area, weekends, the age, and where they come from. So these are the indicators. So we collected data based on the indicators. So we thought that if we utilize these indicators, we can reflect the characteristics of waterfront areas in relevant policies. When you look at the red colored area is the highly used area. So we can focus on this area when building facilities. So this was the data source that we referred to. Now let me talk about what we are going to do with this data. So we can utilize this data in planning river areas. When you designate the flood-prone areas, you have to have the science-based accurate data, but it's not the case right now. So how the river spaces are used. So we rated each riverside area in terms of the usage rate. When you look at the red dot areas, they are the grade 1 areas. And when you look at the black dots, they are the grade 5 areas, which has the lowest usage rate. In addition, in order to best utilize river areas, we need to look at how they are being currently utilized. So based on the 3 indicators, the monthly usage rate and the weekly usage rate and per person movement distance. So academically, we monitored the data for these indicators, and based on the data, we categorized riverside areas into 2 categories: waterfront areas, water stronghold areas. The upper pictures show the concept of water friendliness or water stronghold. The lower parts show the actual result. So by comparing these 2, if there are differences, we should modify the special planning. So we survey the usage rate, and then based on that, we come up with relevant plans and strategies of managing the areas. So the second part is about maintenance of riverside areas. There are areas that many people are not using much. Then we need to reduce the size of the waterfront areas there. That was one of the research findings. For the waterfront development, a lot of budgets are required. But there are many items for budgets in developing this area. The upper picture shows the Han River side. The lower one is the Yongsan River Park. So these 2 areas have the same size, but that doesn't mean that we need to inject the same amount of investment. So we need to grade these waterfront areas by usage rate. For the waterfront areas with low usage rate, what do we need to do? So we need to monitor the usage rate. But if the usage rate is okay, we can continue the current maintenance methods. And we analyze economic viability. And in the past, we have some changed the way we manage this. There are ways to regenerate these areas. So based on this analysis, we present solutions. And there's a permission system for occupying and using the waterfront areas. There are regulations imposed by the local governments to revitalize the region and for the well-being of the people. There's bigger demand for using the waterfront areas, and people are demanding more facilities to be established in the areas. But the priority is to conserve the rivers. And within the scope of preserving the regions, we should allow people to develop the area. So we need to create the standards and regulations within that concept. And for example, the riverside parks and the drone areas. There's a drone park. We allowed the drone park to be used in the riverfront areas during the time when there's a low usage. And this shows the result of our previous research. The current data and the standards we created. So we compared the two aspects. So we came up with this data to give the ideas for policymaking. First, we need to ensure safety, and there's a lot of attention being paid to the function of the riverside. And we need to closely identify the demand of the use of riverside areas. So it is very important to secure good data sources. And through this research, we analyzed the potential of telecommunication big data. So we actually confirmed its potential. By researching the utility of the riverside area, we need to come up with a stable monitoring system of the riverside areas. Thank you. In Korea, before we had riverside plans, as for the urban riverside, it was kind of abandoned areas because of the contamination or because of the danger. But now Dr. Lee gave a new light into the usage of the riverside areas. Let's move on to the next speaker.
So Professor Kwon Young-sang, professor of Seoul National University, will talk about how to connect our streams as well as urban planning. Hello, my name is Kwon Young-sang from Seoul National University, as was introduced. As was introduced, I will be talking about the waterfront innovation, and I guess the linkage between the waterfront as well as Seoul citizens. So because we're talking about the city of Seoul, we will be focusing more on the Han River. We also have the Jungnangcheon stream and other local as well as national streams. I think that they all need to have a different approach. So today I will be presenting about these three issues and the development directions and 6 solutions. Rather than solution, maybe posing a question and thinking together about the solutions. So if you look at the creeks in the Han River, this is a map that was drawn in the 1700s. Out of the T shape, you have Joongbu, and you also have the Cheonggyecheon stream. So this was, in fact, the outer skirts of the city. It wasn't for usage per se. And then after, in the latter Joseon era, a lot of people started residing in the areas outside of the 4 gates. So that's why we expanded the area as well as the waterfront. Usually, the Cheonggyecheon stream is a stream right inside and in the center of the city. You see the historical advancements that were made. And on the right-hand side, at the bottom of the right-hand side, you have the restoration of the Cheonggyecheon stream. It was just a stream that was regenerated, but then you also experienced a revitalization of the city center. Rather than building new buildings and building new roads, creating this public space at the waterfront allowed for a vibrant public space and, of course, further developments from the public side. That was an experience that we actually had 15 years ago. I talked about Cheonggyecheon Stream, and now this is a photo of the Hangang River. So it's kind of like hitting a wall. As the city has expanded, the Hangang was at the edge of the Seoul city, but now it's actually going through the center of the city. Compared to Yeouido, Gangnam, Yongsan, the Hangang River is more of the center of the city rather than the districts. Nevertheless, the scene that we see at the Hangang River is kind of as if it's blocked by a wall because of all the apartment complexes. If you go back to the Thames River in London, it's not blocked, it's not cut off from the city. This one is actually connecting parts of the city together. So up until now was the introduction. Now I'd like to talk about the three different problem areas or three issues of Hangang River. First, however good things that we talk about the Hangang River, it's kind of a space of desirability. We need to face the facts that we all probably experience. From Hangang, you also have the stark differences in the housing costs from Gangnam to Gangbuk. And if you look at the rising housing prices, they're all centered around Hangang River or the Jungnangcheon and Tancheon and all the streams. They are really, truly a space of desire. Recently, with the newly developed areas, you have skyscrapers and true epitomes of desire. And you see these huge skyscrapers coming in right next to the river. I truly believe that this needs to be taken into account when policymakers devise new laws. We have widespread redevelopment and reconstruction. Most of them that truly have any profitability are next to the Hangang River. That's probably because of the overall view, the benefits of the river view. So from a developer's perspective, they will deem that project a successful or profitable project. All of them are on the waterfront. So I have a couple of graphs here. On the upper left-hand side, those businesses that have profitability are usually all reconstruction, completely crumbling them down and then rebuilding them. Out of the gray boxes, if the profitability is not there, then only when the municipality and the district office has that willingness, you will reconstruct or redevelop. And if you think about the surrounding areas of the streams, you'll see the right-hand side on the graphs. Either they have the right horticulture and aesthetical value. The B area is the newly developed areas. And on the other hand side, you have the areas. They're obsolete, they're old, and all of the policy measures are catered on redeveloping these areas. So it's usually A or B if you're thinking about redevelopment and reconstruction. But on the bottom graphs, if there's a lot of pressure for development, this graph is pushed to the upper right-hand side. Then you'll be able to see the added aesthetical value as well as the development. But in reality, this graph becomes pushed over towards the x-axis. This is overdevelopment and overuse. It either becomes highly privatized or it destroys the waterfront and the view. If it's less profitable, if there is no pressure for development, then the graph actually just sinks below, like at the third graph on the right. Near those areas of Tancheon Stream and Anyangcheon Stream are some of these cases. Most of the land next to Hangang River are either residential areas or commercial areas. That's why we have this vicious cycle. That's the first aspect or issue, that it's a space of desirability. Second is a space of disconnectedness. Historically, if you look at the relations between the city and the port, at first it's closely related because usually the cities develop near the ports and the harbors. And then afterwards, you have the expansion and the separation. Recently, I think that it's the academic society's view that they're converging once again. I showed you the photo of London, but most of the cases that can't be applied to Korea because if you compare the width of the river, the width of the Hangang River is very wide compared to other rivers. So some people might ask, why are we so disconnected to the Hangang River when other cities around the world are doing such a good job, when they also have a river flowing through the center? But our river is very wide. And also, if you look at the geography, the streams actually flow from east to west because of the topography and geography. But Koreans, because of Feng Shui, they really like southward-facing homes. That's why this is a most profitable shape or the skyline of the apartments. That's why it kind of creates a massive wall. And it also creates issues for demand. So when it's an east-west flowing stream, you have these types of facing apartments. If it's southward facing, then they actually create it in these types of residential areas. We can't just disregard this because of the culture. So that's why we cannot just apply and benchmark the good cases overseas. The third is a space of anxiety. We have higher risks of flood and more rain. That's why we have this kind of issue. Also, pollution and environment issues. We only are looking at Seoul, but a big part of the Hangang River is blocked because of the military zones, and we cannot access them. So I told you about the 3 different issues that the Hangang River faces. The 3 were the key major issues that I thought were important. And so now I'd like to come up with a couple of suggestions. Rather than solution, it's more about ideas on the direction forward. So the first is restoration. Recently, the big talk of the town is the ESG. And when we restore the streams, they try to do it in the most natural way possible. Then what do we have to do? How do we do it? Secondly, it's about safety. We always talk about waterfront-friendly areas, but with a big rainfall or a huge flood, then everything can be swept away. We have to look at cases in Europe and Singapore, and the biggest difference from the ones in Korea is that the rain and, of course, the rainfall itself and the patterns are very different. The embankments as well as the protection areas, of course, are safe, but of course we have these areas for the public spaces, and we need more spaces to allow for public access. Professor Kim Jong-woo also mentioned the publicness aspect of it, so I will just skip over it. The 4th strategy is about symbolization. There's a lot of ideas of creating new buildings and fashionable and very trendy buildings, but in fact, maintaining the status quo and refurbishing is also very important. If you look at various development projects overseas, one of the key cases are the ones that keep the tradition and the heritage, and that's what we want to see when we go overseas. So I think that this is something that we need to look for the Hangang River. And of course, we have the Bilbao example. The 5th is about connectivity. Usually, streams are at the edge of the city, but you really need those areas that connect the city with the streams and the waterfronts. I believe that it's now due time to include all of the city as well as the waterfront with the city. I think that this is still in the process of the project. And 6th is more important compared to other 5 strategies. And now, in order for the waterfront and the streams to be activated, you have to have jobs in and around that area. So the industry must follow. Near the Hangang River, the biggest issue of the Hangang River waterfront is that it's not centered on jobs and employment, but it's more a residential area. There's no commercial districts. If you look at overseas photos, the biggest difference is that all of the waterfront buildings are commercial buildings. Of course, we did do the renovation for the Hangang River and back in the 1970s. And that's when we selected them to be residential areas. However, it is now time for us to change that to create commercial areas. So this is the types of companies in the Medienhafen. So these are some very extravagant photos. To sum up, let's not be lulled by these extravagant photos. We really need the Hangang River to be one in itself, and we need to get to the crux of the problem and find solutions that are catered towards Korean aspects. We can't just disregard profitability and the business viability as well. So these were the 3 issues and 6 strategies and suggestions for improvement of the Hangang River. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Yes, Professor Kwon Young-sang from Seoul National University. He talked about the status of the Hangang River and, of course, solutions for that as well. Well, then, if we are done with the presentations, we'll take about 10 minutes for the active panel discussion. Because of COVID-19, we don't have more panel discussants, so I will ask the question and the presenters will answer. First, Professor Kim Jong-woo. In fact, the streams and the eco-friendly and the waterfront-friendly eco-friendliness is hindered by the Korean War. Right before the Korean War, if you look at Maponaru and in Busan and near Yeongsangang River, it was very vibrant and extremely active. After the Korean War broke out, because of the ports were closed due to the separation of the North and South, we continued to make irrigation for agriculture and closed off the ports. Maybe that's why we are facing these kinds of problems right now. So my question, in order for a waterfront city to evolve, we have to differentiate the different roles and districts near the waterfront. So what are the crises and risks, and what are the opportunities for Seoul? In fact, I don't think that the question is an easy one, but I have been living in Europe and comparing it to Korea, I think that my answer is twofold. First, a lot of people have already mentioned, but the waterfront cities, coastal cities, or eco-friendly waterfront cities are all talking about the space adjacent to the water, and the city has been separated. And Professor Kwon also mentioned that I always mention about European situations, but I'm against benchmarking European cases. We have to get to the bottom of the methodology and, of course, expand it into our own case. If we were to benchmark, I think maybe today I spoke about the publicness, but we also need to think about how interconnected the waterfront area and the city area is. We need to look at that aspect. At the moment, we have to really think about how we had separated the two areas. So the area next to the water, whether it's a port, harbor, or just a waterfront, and the commercial districts of the city, we really need to connect those together. I think that there are many cases in Europe that can give us an idea about how to integrate the two together. Another aspect is looking at the waterfront. and that we were just very narrow-minded in the functions of the waterfront. It's not saying that the European cities are doing much better, but I think that they were much more diverse in proposing ideas on utilization of the space and what to put in the waterfront areas. It's also residential, academic, startup spaces, commercial spaces. But for us, I think that it's quite rigid as to what kind of area we place right next to the waterfront. Of course, we can also come up with ordinances for urban planning as well as architecture and construction, but I think that we need to have a more flexible perspective as to what kind of districts we have. Thank you very much.
When managing rivers and streams and planning urban development, we need to think a lot about what you suggested. Dr. Lee-Hyung, I have a question for you. In Korea, as the other two professors suggested, do you think their suggestions, the biggest stumbling block to applying their suggestions are that Korea's plans are pretty much longitudinal. So we cannot go out of the scope of the river. But local governments and the central government has the biggest standards and rules. We cannot go against that. It's very rigid. But in other countries, national construction standards are the minimum standards, not the high standards. So the local governments and engineers, they can make discretional decisions based on the standards. But it's not the case in Korea. As Professors Kim and Kwon suggested, we have to have horizontal plans, not the longitudinal standards. So what do you think about this? It's very important and such a big question. In order to avoid such heavy question, I made a presentation which is more of academic, but still I will give you my answer. I think it's quite symbolic when you mention the longitudinal plan. The urban spaces and the streams should be connected. So in terms of the rivers and streams, what do we need to do? The waterfront areas were separated from downtown and the city centers because we had to focus on flood prevention. So we didn't have the necessity to connect the old town and the waterfront areas. So there was mentioning of the historical aspects. But there are two things that we need to change in policies. First one is regulations on streams and rivers. There are two track of management of rivers. First one is River Management Authority, and the other is the relevant city and the region. Earlier, I mentioned briefly the Yongsan River is quite distant area, but the Han River is quite populated area. But the same rules and same standards are applying to those. waterfronts. So there should be differentiated regulations depending on the characteristics of each riverside. And there should be minimum standards, and based on that, there should be some discretionary aspects regarding urban planning and urban regeneration and water city plans, for example. And there should be a legal ground to give some exemptions in terms of regulations. But that is the case in other countries, especially in Japan. So since we have similar situations with Japan, I think we should be able to adopt that kind of exceptions. So I'm involved in urban planning a lot. So urban development and the waterfront refurbishment are separately handled. But at one point, we did it at the same time in a combined manner. And also, we see many examples of doing so in other countries. So the integration of plans, it should be the way of developing the area, and I agree with you on that.
권영상 교수님.
And next, Professor Kwon Young-sang. In fact, the streams, the laws related to the streams, if you think about the development, it wasn't really led by the government. When we first started off with Yangjaecheon stream, we actually violated the law. And we actually got mugged and thrown with stones. And that kind of difficulty and challenge brought us to what we are doing today. So in the Magok district, we had introduced a waterfront, and the Nanji district, and of course the Yongsan district as well. Now, even if we had the great plans, we couldn't push forward because of the longitudinal, vertical plans. So I think that rather than a top-down method, I think that districts and municipalities really need to employ a bottom-up method. How can we really change or amend the law in order to allow this? I think that question is probably, well, I guess a lot of the experts will be familiar with this, but the audience that are watching might not know. So if I explain it to you a little bit, the fact that the waterfront and the city area is separated on legislature as well as the institution, it's something that had been talked about for the past 15 years or so. But in the process, we had some pilot projects and trials. And 15 years ago, with waterfront areas, we had been discussing it at the National Assembly as well. So if you talk with the experts and professionals, we always talk and say that we have to have an open mind and work together. However, it can only be just a discussion together, because I think that we should maybe hone down on which areas and which themes to focus on. So trying to encompass the entire spectrum from A to Z is something that's impossible to do. So maybe just filter out a couple and think about which areas we can truly cooperate in. Recently, there's been a basic act on water cycles enacted, and this also looks into the basic act on water management, and it's all combining those aspects together. And I think that there is a plan of combining the different pieces of legislations to integrate them into one for the Basic Act on Water Cycle. I think that then we'll be able to truly cooperate together. Well, in fact, we really want to talk about more, and I think that we also need to have discussions among the presenters, because this session is probably the one that Seoul citizens are most interested in, but due to time limitations, we have to close it here. Thank you very much for your presentation and discussion.
진행과 발표에 수고해 주신 이삼희 박사님과 또 토론자 여러분, 발표자 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. Thank you very much for our moderator and speakers in this session. 지속 가능한 도시 개발을 위한 수변 도시 재생 전략, 또 수변 공간 활성화 정책 방향에 대한 소중한 의견 들어봤습니다. Thank you for sharing your valuable thoughts and inputs on strategies and policy directions for regenerating waterfront cities and utilizing waterfront spaces for sustainable urban development. 네, 이번 워터서울 2021 국제 컨퍼런스 여러분 어떻게 보셨습니까? 이번 컨퍼런스를 통해서 이 글로벌 대도시에서 공통적으로 발생하는 도시 물 환경 전반에 대한 현안과 대응 정책, 전략, 그리고 이 각 도시의 행정의 역할에 대해서 이야기를 나눠봤습니다. 도시의 지속 가능한 물 환경 조성과 기후 회복력 확보를 위한 노력과 도전 과제에 대해 토해보는 유익한 시간을 가졌는데요. At Water Seoul 2021's International Conference, we have a look into the common issues of urban water environment found in megacities across the globe, relevant policies and strategies, and the role of each city's administration. 네, 이틀에 걸쳐서 긴 시간 동안 함께해 주신 모든 참가자 여러분께 감사와 존경의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation and respect to all of our distinguished participants for taking part in this two-day event virtually and physically. 네, 이제 저희 인사를 드려야 할 시간이 다 되어 가는데요. 2021년 제1회를 맞이한 워터 서울 국제 컨퍼런스 매 세션마다 정말 시간이 부족할 정도로 정말 양질의 발표와 정말 유익한 토론 함께 해 주셨습니다. 계속해서 본 컨퍼런스가 세계 도시 물 관리 미래 전략을 공유하는 지속적인 협력 거버넌스로 성장할 수 있도록 여러분 앞으로도 많은 관심과 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. 내년 행사에서도 더 풍성한 프로그램으로 여러분들 다시 만나뵐 수 있기를 바라겠습니다. That was the first Water Seoul International Conference, and I would like to request your continued support and participation to develop this conference into a regular one of cooperation governance that shares the water management strategies of cities around the world. I will be looking forward to seeing you again next year. 양일간 함께 해주신 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 여러분과 함께 할 수 있어서 영광이었습니다. 저는 아나운서 김경미였습니다. Thank you very much once again. I am Kim Kyung-mi. See you next year.